O yan. So what to do now, Melo? Why?
I know. Yes, I will actually. Nothing was it again.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Good evening, can hear you.
Okay, good evening and welcome to this session. Okay, so I'm fine, I can hear you. Okay,
Good
so
evening.
before we start, I just want to lay some ground rules. Okay, so these rules, it's going to help us during the course of the session to have a very seamless session. Can you guys still hear me?
Loud and clear, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to confirm that. Okay, so okay, thank you so much. So for the purpose of this session, right, a few things, like I mentioned on the chat earlier, an attendance is going to be shared because there's certification at the end of the training, right? So certification is going to be given out, and for that, we are going to need to have your attendance. So if you're on the call and you have your name is you're not using your actual name, please rename yourself, right? I can see iPhone. iPhone is not anybody's name. Galaxy Note 8 is not someone's name, right? So I've noticed that during the course of the session, sometimes people have issues filling attendance. That is why it's very important to rename yourself. So when you tell me you could not fill the attendance and you were part of the class, and I have to check Zoom analytics, right? So for you to rename yourself, what you have to do is go to the chat box. Sorry about that. Please, if you are not speaking, leave your mic muted at all times, please. So, like I said, when you click on check your screen. You see participants. Click on that. That will take you to your name. Your actual name has a bracket and it has me by it. So please click on that and rename yourself to your actual name, right? And also, you don't need to keep your video on because we know the network is pretty bad. It's going to make it worse for you, make it harder for you. So please leave your mic muted at all times. If you need to speak, raise your hand and you'll be called upon to ask to speak. For you to do that, it's very simple. On your screen, just go to the reaction button, the reaction icon, click on that, and you see the raise your hand icon, so you can raise your hand to ask your question then. Also, the attendance, it won't be shared now, it will be shared during the course of the training. And when the attendance is shared, I would inform everyone that the attendance is on the chat box so that you can fill the attendance. Our facilitator is on the call. I want to believe that. Hi, Solomon, are you on the call?
Hello, good evening. I'm here.
Oh, okay. 1 second. Sorry, the device that is host, I need to make you host so you can share your screen. That device is currently trying to connect. It's having a bit of network glitch. So I'm just going to do that. 1 second. So we've already taken a lot of time. I don't want to continue taking your time. So please, you could just introduce yourself and get to know everyone while I try to make you co-host. Sorry, so you can share your screen. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Okay. Good evening.
My name is Bilo Adi. I'm from Ilorin.
Okay, good evening, everyone. This is Solomon. I'll be the facilitator for today. So if you would just please exercise a little bit of patience. I think I'm here to be made the host, so I'm still unable to present my screen or share my video. So just maybe allow us a few seconds and we would rectify that.
Okay,
While
you have
that's going
access
on.
now. Hi, sorry about that. You have access now.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So I think I also want to add one more thing that will be very useful for these sessions that we'll be having, right? I'm speaking now, so I want to believe on your end, my video should pop up automatically. And for you to get the best experience to make use of your screen, estates that you have, I would advise that you sort of turn on your phone rotation, right? Make your phone, give your phone that right to be able to rotate your screen. And once that's done, you have a wider screen estate to work with, which will really help you see both myself while I'm making this presentation and also the screen that I am presenting. That will be very helpful. So I'll allow a few seconds for us to do that. Allow me add that while you are doing that, it's nice that everyone should also hop in that chat section and let us know your name and where you are joining from. Right? It's a big house today. And one of the goals of these meetings, of this training, is collaboration, right? We also want individual participants to network, right? Meet new people, right? You'll be surprised, who is close to you in your state, in your locality, that's also on the meeting. So let us know your name and where you are joining us from this evening. So I'll do a quick run through of what I can see here on my end. I can see Kazim from Ilorin, good evening. I can see Chidinma from Lagos, good evening. Festac Town is also represented here. Shola joining from Lagos. Okay, I saw from someone from Yaba. I didn't quite catch the name. So someone else is from Kwara. My name is Umelayo from Lagos. Oh, Badagry. Interesting. Agege, thank you so much for joining today's meeting. It promises to be an exciting one. It also promises to be a very educative meeting. We're going to pick up new skills, knowledge, and we're going to see how to apply this in our classroom. This is not just ed knowledge we're going to be dealing with for the entire duration of this training. Right, we're going to look at both the knowledge aspect of it and how to actually apply every of these things. I can see someone from Busola, from Shongota, Mary Jewel from Mushi, Okunte Jiolola Day from Ikotun. Okay, for some reason, I'm not seeing anyone from Ikeja, but that's fine. I'm not seeing anyone from the island. If you are there, you're welcome again. Welcome. This is a big welcome to everyone. Thank you for making our time to join. Your presence for granted. I know that schools have, resumed. Well, some schools are still yet to resume, but most of the schools have resumed. So you've had a busy day, right? The first week of resumption is always, full, right? And so you've made time to come to this meeting. We don't take it for granted, right? And we'll try as much as possible to make every single second of your time count here. Okay. All right. So I'll close on that note with a big welcome again. And I'd like to, while we are still doing that, let me introduce myself. I'll introduce myself while that's going on, and I would immediately, start up with the training, right? We have a lot to cover, and it's best we start early, right? The earlier we start, the more time we get to do everything that we want to do for today. So my name is on the screen. My name is Solomon Ejishakin Kolawole. Oh, wow. I'm seeing someone from Botswana. Thank you. Hello. Welcome again. Someone from Magodo, I can see you. Thumbs up to everyone. All right, so my name is Solomon Kolawole Ejishakin, and I'm an educationist. I've been doing this for just a little bit over a decade now. That's my, my field, right? I'm an education student, graduated as an education student, and I think my career path has helped me to, gather useful skills that then, allowed me to fit very well, comfortably in the STEM field. Maybe just like many of you, when I graduated, I didn't start off back in education, right? I had to take some, detours here and there just to, gather some vital skills, administrative skills, IT skills, right? And when I was done with that, I came back to education, and I've been in education ever since. I don't have any plans to ever leave, education. And that, for me, coupled with the leaders that I paired up with at that time, helped me to sort of, build interest in STEMs, technology, engineering, art, and math, and carve myself a niche that's in that field. I'm an experienced academic ed. I've been privileged to head academic teams for schools, and also for the company that I'm privileged to also have been to be the co-founder of Edu Educational Services. And so, but I would normally like to put all of this aside and describe myself in I think one word, and that would be that I'm a concerned educator, right? I'm just going to put all of this, biography, aside and describe myself as a concerned educator. Now, it's one word, but it does mean a lot. It does mean a lot, particularly to myself, because being a concerned educator is the reason why I found this purpose in my life, right? I see education as not just, one of those many careers that you just, hop into and, you can even do for fun and all of that. I see it as an agent of change, right? If truly everything we were taught back in school then was true, then education is an agent of change. If an economy is going to grow, if an economy is going to change for the good that is, then it has to be through that tool that we have, education, right? So I'm really passionate about education, passionate about the educational system in Nigeria, how that system was made up, how it is functioning now, right? I like to, visit schools sometimes to just offer my services to those schools, look at that curriculum and, offer my advices here and there on how I feel best they can nudge up whatever it is the practice has been before then. And that's pretty much how I love to describe myself, aside from all of this that's on the screen, being a concerned educator. Now you find that because you're a concerned educator, there are times where truly you may, allow me to use the word, you may be worn out, right? There are times where you may be discouraged, where, things are not working the way they are supposed to. And, all of those times can be quite challenging, difficult to, shake up. But when you remember that you're a concerned educator, it provides that, that feel, that replenishing that you need. And then, you keep going. Right. We're going to be looking at STEM for, all of these 4 sessions. And if you're not a concerned educator, it will just be for you one of those, PD that you do, right? You hear the information and that's pretty much where it ends. But if you're concerned for the country, if you're concerned for, let's even bring it down, for your locality, for your school and the children that you come in contact with, for that immediate community, local government, and then by extension, the states, by extension, all other states that we have in Nigeria and the world at large, then you want to also factor in that, when you look at yourself as being concerned. Am I concerned about what I'm doing and how it affects the world at large? If we are all here today, I want to believe that everyone already agrees that education is the way forward, right? Education is the way forward. If this country must change, then it has to start from our educational system. Okay, so I haven't said that much about myself. I want us to quickly get in the groove of, some of the things we'll be doing for the duration of this training. This will provide for us like our first tryout. We would still come back to, things like this, exercises like this, but let me take 1 or 2 minutes just to run us through this. So if you're on your mobile device, you can sort of minimize what your Zoom application now. If I'm correct, your Zoom application should now open in a tiny window just at the bottom right corner of your screen. And you want to up into your browser now, whether it's Google Chrome, Opera Mini, whichever you are using, whether it's on the desktop, on your mobile device, tablet, whatever it is, and you want to visit this website, menti.com, 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 that's menti.com. And the moment you are on that slide, on that web page, I want you to enter this code, right? You'll be prompted to enter a code, and the code you want to enter this time around is 4901 7915. 4901 7915. 4901 7915. And when you enter in that code, you're going to find this question on your screen. What are your expectations, right? What are your expectations? It's a very important question. What are your expectations? Your expectations, whether it is for this meeting that we are having, this first session that we are having, or for the entire duration of this program, what are your expectations? Right? It's important that you come to these training sessions. I know that the certification, I know it's a free training, but you are required to, undergo all of these classes to qualify for the certificate. But aside from the fact that it's free, why are you here, right? Why are you here? What are your expectations? Are you here? Perhaps you're here to network, meet other people that are, like-minded within your environment. You're here to maybe share ideas, maybe pick up relationship with one or two educators there, people you can always reach out to. Okay, I'm having this issue in my class. Have you had this issue before? Are you able to maneuver this kinds of issue? And yes, we have our first response, huge thumbs up for learning and mentorship, right? So just like I thought intuitively, some of us are here to network, right? For technical skills, some of us are here to collaborate. Well, some of us are here for graphics designs. Interesting, right? Interesting. For digital skills, right? Digital skills. I'm hopeful that you are able to pick those skills up when we, get to the technology part of it. As a matter of fact, you're already picking the skills up already. I mean, if you didn't know about, for example, Mentimeter, it's a platform that you can use to, collaborate, interact with people online. So that's already a +1 for you there. Technical skills, networking, enhance learning experience, learn more skills for learning mentorship, to be a better teacher. Love that, to be a better teacher, to know more about STEM. All right, interesting. Some of us are here to expand our knowledge bank about STEM. What is STEM, right? I've heard teachers say, oh, I'm a STEM professional, or I'm a STEAM professional. As a matter of fact, if you watch a lot of YouTube, there's been this advert that's been popping up of recent. Are you a STEM professional advert? What is STEM? To be a better teacher, growth, right? Technical skills to learn, enlightenment, right? I want to know more about STEM, right? Professional development. I can see professional development now. STEM development, improve my teaching skills, right? I can almost imagine, I can almost guess that for every one of us here, you're already beginning to see the coherence in why you are here and why another person is here, right? So in case you are still wondering if this is the right training for you, yes, this is the right training for you. There are people that are here for precisely the same reason why you are here. So don't let this entire 4 session, don't let it just come and go, and then, you've not, made any improvement, or any, you've not achieved the purpose for which you are here. I would even advise, for example, for myself, I'm always on my, notepad and my pen. I would advise that you write these things down, right? It's always a good thing to write things down. It helps you relate with your goals and expectations better. right? We have about 89 responses. Professional development, collaboration are the most prominent there. Technical skills, networking, digital skills. You know, it just keeps going on and on and on and on, right? I can say for a surety that we're going to try our best, our very best, to make sure that none of these responses that you have, that you've put up, none of them, you know, goes untouched, right? So keep those expectations high, and let's see how best we can together achieve every single one of them. Okay, so on that note, right, if you're still, you know, turning in your expectations, please, by all means, just go ahead, keep turning it in, right? In case you need, if you're just joining, you're supposed to go to menti.com. And once you get to menti.com, that's menti.com, you're going to be prompted to enter a code. And that code, the code you want to enter should be 49017915. 49017915. And you can enter your expectations for today's, either for today's session or for the entire duration, right? One more thing I did not mention, but I want to mention now that will really help you, you know, enjoy the experience of this meeting is also to pin my screen. You can pin my screen down, right? You can pin my screen down so that if maybe someone accidentally unmutes or someone accidentally turns on their video, it doesn't take me out of your view, right? Presently now, you should be able to see me. You should also be able to see my presentation just beside me there. That's to my right, I believe, on your screen. All right, so welcome to this STEM Immersion program, right? Again, my name is Solomon Jishakin Kolawole, and I'll be the facilitator for this training, right? Now, in case you are wondering why you are here, let's share a bit. Let's share a bit on some of the things that we think is worthwhile. We think it's worth empowering people with, right? It's a program that will be focused on intensive professional development, right? When I say intensive, it's not just going to be me dishing out the knowledge, right? There are times where your input will be required. We're going to have discussion sessions. You're also going to have to try out your hands on some of these things that we're going to share, right? You're going back to the classroom next week or, you know, later this week with a new mindset of things that you want to do, and you actually do them. You actually know how to do them, right? If you've not had any experience with STEM, this is the right place to be. I'm going to explain to you what STEM is, and, you know, and so on and so forth. If you've had experience with STEM, you're going to enhance that, hopefully enhance that, you know, STEM skills, right? So whether you are an aspiring educator or, you know, an aspiring STEM educator, whatever the situation is, whatever best describes you, this is the place for you. So we're going to do this in two phases, right? We're going to do this in two phases. One of the phases is going to be the online sessions, right? The online sessions that we're going to have. And this happens to be the first online session that we will be having. This happens to be the very first online session that we will be having, right? So right after this session, there's going to be another session tomorrow, Wednesday, and then there's going to be yet another session on Friday, right? And that totals up 3 virtual sessions, right? Our final session is going to be a physical session, and it will be held on a Saturday, right? If you're paying close attention to the group, every of those information that I mentioned it's been shared already. It will still be shared already, shared after this meeting. You're very well covered. All right, so that's how this program is going to work, right? One of the things that we also did, right? We've made the platform available to enable you to collaborate, right? I mean, I'm still going to share a lot about this, but I might as well just, jump the gun and, give you an hint about it right now. If you're an educator here and the concept of collaboration hasn't, sunk in yet, then it's high time you, open up your spirit and allow it sink in, right? I can share with you stories of, in a circular world, companies, right, that has, lost their baton, right? Leading companies that's lost their baton because they didn't buy into the idea of collaboration, right? The age where we are in, collaboration is perhaps the most powerful tool that human beings have at our disposal now, right? If I'm allowed to, I would say, take, for example, Google, right? Every person here, or most of the people here, are either using, an Android device, right? A huge chunk, a tangible number are using an Android device. This is not a debate about Android and iPhone, right? But how did that happen, right? We came from the era where we had BlackBerry, Java phones, Symbian phones, and what now? And suddenly, out of the blues, Android hostilely, right, if that word is correct, took over the market. And they did so because they made their software open source, right? They were open to collaboration, right? It wasn't just me and my team. It wasn't just me and my team, right? We opened it to the entire world so that someone in Pakistan, right, who has spotted an error can fix the error and make the software a better one, right? And that's how come that, the Android, OS has been able to, gain that ground. And then people started buying in, and, Google was built, so just suddenly changed their culture, and, they started building a whole lot on that collaboration mindset, right? Same thing happened to, some of the well-known companies that you know of, right? So collaboration is one of the reasons
Sorry,
why
Mr. Solomon, sorry for interrupting.
Yes,
if
please.
you can make your slide not to be blurry, peradventure switching off your video will help us. The slide is kind of blurry. Thank you.
Sorry, can you say that? Can you say that again? I didn't quite get that.
I'm speaking about your slide. It's kind of blurry, so I'm suggesting probably we switch off your video and we can see only the slide. Probably it will be more clearer to us. Thank you.
Okay. So what I am doing now is okay. So maybe what I would do is to just maybe let me try presenting the slide on another. So you're going to find another notification that will pop up on your end now. So just allow me do that. Allow me do that in a few seconds.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for that input. Thank you so much. Okay, can you confirm that you can see the slide now? Is it better?
Yes, very, very, very better now. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I was saying that collaboration is the way to go. Those platforms that we've been put on, whether it's the WhatsApp platform or the Telegram platform, it's high time we begin to utilize those platforms for the purpose that they were made, right? You'd be surprised that some of the innovative teaching strategies that you want to implement, some of the things you've been struggling with maybe in your classroom, there's someone else on that platform that has gone through that same challenge and can profile to you a solution that that is viable, right? That is viable, right? So you'll be amazed at the power of collaboration, right? So that's one of the things that this meeting, this training is hoping to also help you to do. And then fourthly is the I want to say the crown jewel of them all, right? To equip and to empower STEM educators, right? To equip and empower STEM educators. Now, in case you are wondering, why are we not equipping or empowering you with something else, right? We could have been equipping and empowering with, financial literacy, as important as that is. So why are we bent on STEM education? Why do we think that STEM education is so important that teachers around the world should begin to get into or should begin to improve their knowledge on, right? Those are some of the things, these are all of the things that we hope to get done by the end of these training sessions. Okay, so let's look at today's content, right? Let's look at today's content. If you're still following me, I'd like you to go to the comment section, just give a thumbs up, give a thumbs up, right? That will be a feedback to me that you are still following me. While that is going on, Adekeye Adeola, right? Adeola Yobami, you have your hands up. If you have, I think you can unmute your mic now and let's quickly hear you out. Okay, while that's going on, if Priska Uzo is also there, if you have your hands up, I think I can quickly take that while we get the feedback from people. Just use any emoji, any smiley face that you love best. All right, thank you so much for the feedback. Thank you so much. I can see all of the thumbs up, sharing my own thumbs up to everyone also from my end. Thank you so much. All right, so let's get into the content that we hope to cover today, right? Maybe as you also had, you should maybe get yourself a bottle of water, right? You're going to need it. It will be lengthy, it would be captivating, it would be everything that you've mentioned that you are hoping to get from this session, right? So let's get into some of the things we're going to be looking at for all of this session, right? The first thing we'll look at today is, we're going to introduce, STEM and PBL, right? If this is the first time you are hearing that, well, you're in good hands, right? PBL is, in my opinion, right, the best teaching methodology, right? If you just stay tuned, you understand why I say so, right? So we'll look at that. We'll introduce STEM to everyone here and also introduce project-based learning, right? Very importantly, we'll then look at the importance of STEM, right? And maybe let me just back up a bit. When I say introduce STEM and PBL, we are going to introduce them separately, and then we're going to talk about how you can infuse them together to get the best, in my opinion, and in the opinion of many experienced educators, right? How you can get the best teaching and learning experience, right, in any educational setting. Right? When I say experienced educators or experienced educational bodies, I'm referring to bodies like Microsoft, like Google, all of these, schools that, you probably have even, heard of, right? So we're going to look at them separately. I'm going to look at how to infuse them together to get the best. We'll look at the importance of STEM. Why is it important, right? Like I said earlier, should have been teaching something else. Why are we bent on STEM? We'll look at the core areas of the STEM pillar, that's science, technology, engineering, and maths. And look at the skills that are developed through STEM, right? What kind of skills can you develop using, STEM, both for you and also for the students? Like I said, we're going to look at how to integrate PBL into STEM. And finally, we're going to look at the benefits of project-based learning, right? PBL is project-based learning, right? That's what it stands for. That's an acronym for project-based learning. And we're going to look at every of those things in today's lesson. So let's start with the first. What is STEM, right? What is STEM? Now, I know you may be, like I mentioned earlier, I've told you what the acronym is.
I've removed it,
Science,
don't worry.
technology, engineering, art, and math. Right? So what is STEM? Now, I want someone to share with me. So if you've had experience with STEM before, right? So this is the place where I'm interested to hear your ideology, what you think STEM is. And if you've not, right, this is the time where you want to share what you think it is, right? You may have preconceived, notions about STEM, right? You've been hearing people talk about it. So what is your thoughts gearing towards, right, that you think STEM is, right? I'll take just two inputs, and then for the sake of time, I would have to. Now, if you're not confident enough to want to speak up, you can leave it in the comment section also, all right? I'll be interested in hearing or seeing what you have to say in the comment section, right? Again, what is STEM? I have Paul Adekonye, whose hand is up. If you can hear me, if you want to answer the question, you want to attempt to, share your knowledge, you can please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone, and good evening, facilitator. I know STEM is an acronym.
Please go ahead if you can. Well, we can no longer hear you. I think your mic is now muted, right? But we did hear the part where you said STEM is an acronym.
Yes, it's an acronym where S represents science, letter T represents technology, letter E represents engineering, and letter M represents mathematics. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Paul. Thank you so much, right? Thank you for that input. Let me take Mr. Jimo Rashid. For those who didn't hear what he said, right? He said it's an acronym where S represents science, T, technology, E, engineering, then M, mathematics, right?
Hello, can you hear me?
Other people whose hands are up. Please unmute. Yes, Mr. Rashid Jimo, please go ahead.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Please go ahead. I think your mic is muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I believe that STEM simply, it's a field that shows how interconnected all the science subjects are, as well as mathematics. It's a field that aims to develop critical thinkers, innovators, and students who can actually solve problems. That's what I believe STEM is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Rashid, right? I can't agree more with what you said, and also likewise what Mr. Paul also shared with us, right? Those responses were quite, on point, right? Very apt, very on point, right? I'm going to zero in on what you said, interdisciplinary approach, right? Interdisciplinary approach. Very important, very, very important. Now, why? Maybe let me take this approach. So, before now, right? Before now, maybe before a lot of us were born, right? Just before industrialization set in, the educational system was such that during the era of industrialization, you didn't need people that were thinking, right? Because machines just require you to either push a button, turn a lever, squeeze some kind of machinery, right? So you didn't necessarily need people that were thinking, right? You just need people to just do what makes the machine work, right? And then what happened then was that the educational system was geared towards, was structured in such a way that right? It didn't allow for a lot of creativity to spring out, right? You go to school for the purpose of learning just one thing, right? Perhaps the best people, the people who got the job are people, you know, who can do it maybe fastest, or, you know, who can be more precise while doing it and all of that. But it didn't allow for a lot of, you know, critical thinking. It didn't allow for people to express themselves, right? Beyond what the economy needed as at that time. Now, fast forward a little bit, right? So industrialization already took over, and now there's a new age, right? Right, information technology, right? There's a new age, and there comes the problem, right? We are used to, right? These are human beings, students, young people. We're used to seeing subjects as the subjects that they are, right? We weren't used to seeing subjects as subject matters as connected to another subject matter, right? Let me express that in another way. Take, for example, a television, right? Or maybe even the mobile device or the desktop computer or the laptop computer in front of every one of us joining this meeting, right? Before now, this that you are using wouldn't really, you know, have been possible, because you have a lot of people in your society, in your community, in your country, thinking disjointedly, right? Everyone is not thinking that what I am doing can affect what he is doing, or what she is doing, right? So the field of STEM, to zero everything together, to tie everything together, the field of STEM is that approach to teaching, that approach, that change to our educational system that shows us that you can teach some subjects, right? And you can teach them in a connected way, such that the knowledge from one is dependent on the knowledge from another, right? The knowledge of one is dependent on the knowledge of another, right? Now, it is that reason that makes, you know, STEM, deal with real world problems. So we just came out from the COVID era, right? We just came out from the COVID era, and we had a lot of companies, a lot of philanthropists, for example, Bill Gates, who, you know, volunteered to, you know, make vaccines and all of that. Now, it's easy to think of the vaccines as a single product, but there is, if you zoom in into the entire process of that vaccine, you're going to find science there, right? Because science has to look at the either the bacterias, you know, the medicines, whether it's the chemical combination of it and all of that, right? And when he is done doing that, right, there has to be a technological infusion of all of those knowledge, right? Remember that. So when we teach kids introduction to, you know, technology, at the very basic definition, we tell them that technology is simply anything that is made by man and is useful to man, right? So for that vaccine, for that knowledge of, well, if you go to the higher level, you'll be taught that technology is the application of knowledge, right? A part of it is the application of knowledge, right? I don't just know that biocarbons, all of the properties of biocarbons. How can I use that knowledge to better improve living standards? And so technology comes into the field, into the play, right? So you have to have people who are thinking about the technology, the structure, right? How can we make it work? And when you figure that out, you have to then delve into the engineering aspect of it, right? An engineering aspect, in the engineering aspect, you are thinking a whole lot about the design process, How can we make this process more efficient? How can we make this process runs, smoothly, go back to the design board, tweak a few things here and there, and all of that. Right. And in all of these fields, you may even have, for example, let me go back 2 steps to the science, right? So now you know about hydrocarbons, you know about all of these things, you know about the compounds, penicillin and all of that. There are people, right, environmental scientists that are also looking at the implication of this on the environment, right? So you see how that one knowledge sort of branches off and connects to other all together, right? And then mathematics, using that the COVID analogy, mathematics comes into that spin-off, in the sense that, okay, so how do we represent the number of people or the number of places that's been affected, right? You all agree with me that when you are given the number 800,787,224 people, right, it's more difficult to relate to it than when you are shown sort of like a chart. So I take all of the data, and how do I represent this data, right? Perhaps maybe one of the reasons why, the work of Bill Gates, right, could reach a larger percentage, right? I want to inform the public, but I'm not going to just take all of the information and just shove down their throats, right? It took all of those knowledge, all of those infographs, right, all of those data, and made into an infograph that people could relate to it, right? And you cannot make infograph without data, right? And there's no data without mathematics, right? So it's an interdisciplinary approach, right, to teaching science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics, right? And you're not doing this as an abstract, right? You are doing this to profile real-world solutions. Well, so now that I've mentioned real-world solutions, I think it's high time to then go into what project-based PBL is, right? Because that real-world solution that I mentioned just now is really the reason why PBL comes into the play, right? And let me just take a quick detour. Although we'll see a lot of this when we get to the PBL part of our training, but let me take a quick detour now. Now, if you've been teaching science or you've been teaching mathematics, there's not a lot of schools today that teaches engineering and technology as a subject in the secondary school. Technology, the closest you would find of schools teaching technology in the secondary settings would be maybe ICT, right? Computing, as some schools would call it, or ICT, or computer studies, right? But it's deeper than that. It is deeper than that, right? So if you are teaching all of this, if you're a teacher here and that's your area of discipline, if you have been doing it without connecting those subject areas to real world problems, for example, you're teaching it without someone trying to say something. Okay. I think you want to check again. I think someone's mic is unmuted. If you are that person, just help us. Thank you so much. All right. So if you are teaching all of this subject and you are not connecting it to real world problems, whether it's your school, your community, your work, or the global enterprise in Lagos, Nigeria as a whole, then you haven't been hitting the nail on the head, right? You haven't been hitting the nail on the head, right? And sometimes you find out that connecting the things that you teach to real world situations or real world problems that the kids can relate to it could be as simple as, boiling hot water, right? You don't need to think far and wide, right? You don't need to think far and wide. Right? I found that in experience, all it takes is just that concern push. Right? Let me see where this leads. I remember that the first lesson I had with an international school, so we connected both classes together. It was a class in Lagos, Nigeria here. How did that happen? It was just an innocent post on LinkedIn, right? So I'm a Microsoft Innovative Educator, right? And we have a group, Microsoft group on LinkedIn. It was just an innocent post I put there. Any school willing to collaborate, let's have a class together, right? And it was amazing, the turnout, right? It was amazing, the turnout, right? It was amazing, the turnout that we had. An innocent post like that. And then I had several teachers from outside the country, US, and what have you, reaching out and say, okay, I'm interested, right? Because it was an opportunity for their own students to also interact with people from another world, another part of the world, right? Provides you sort of like a baseline assessment, right? When I want to compare my children's performance with what's obtainable out there, what's obtainable in the real world out there, how are they meeting international standards? It could be as simple as that. Now, who says you cannot even collaborate with a class in Lagos from Kwara? Right? And so I gave that example to say that you can connect every of those subjects, whether it's technology. So there's a video I did at some point where I started thinking that, okay, so schools normally teach students maybe PowerPoint, spreadsheets using Excel, or even maybe more innovative Google Sheets and all of that. But did you know that you can take a step beyond that? Instead of just teaching them that this is a cell, this is, forgive me, let me just, so please pardon me. I would have to quickly turn that on silence. So who's to say? So what schools do is Excel, right? And then I was sharing with some people that instead of doing Excel, do you know that you can use Excel to build simple applications, right? You can use spreadsheets, right? So it doesn't even have to be Excel, right? Okay, so looking at I caught a glimpse from Mr. Jim or Rashid now, who says, can you share more on how these collaborative lessons work? What tools did you use? Okay, so the collaborative lesson that I was referring to was through Google Meet, right? So let me just quickly flesh that out for you, right? Maybe when we get to the maybe question answer, I can do justice to it thoroughly. But it's nothing much more than, in the simplest idea of it, is just having a live meeting, right? Having a live meeting, sorry, visible for the participant. Okay, so I just noticed a message that the slides are not visible for the participant. Please give me a feedback if that was the information before that I already attended to, or if that's a new information. So for Mr. Rashid, it's just as simple as hosting a live meeting, right, with that school there. Beforehand, you can interact, communicate with the teacher, the head of school. It is visible now, all right? Thank you. On what topic? It could be a subject-based topic, or maybe just general topics in maybe citizenship and all of those other subjects. But for me, right, it was a computing topic that we did, right? It was a computing topic that we did. And then you can flesh it out in either 2 classes in 1 week, or even if it's just one class that you are able to pull off, maybe 1 class of 1 hour, 30 minutes, maybe maximum 2 hours, right? That would sort of that would maybe affect your timetable a bit, but it's always nice to speak with the academic head on that end to let them know what you plan to do And if you ask me, it's always a positive boost for your school image and also for your professional image also, right? And one of the things you want to factor into those meetings with those schools are allow time for students to interact, right? The lesson can be, you can split the lesson to maybe a portion taken by yourself, a portion taken by that white teacher, right? One of the things that I've experienced is sometimes students find it difficult to hear, right? Now, when I say hear, you know, there's an accent to the way they speak, right? Because students are not used to it. So it may be a bit tedious and maybe a bit tricky, you know, hearing and all of that. So those are one of the things you need to look out for. But I can guarantee you that the more you do it, the more your students feel more comfortable. The first class may be very awkward because your students meeting with students online from another, you know, outside the country, they feel sometimes you may be in a class where your student will feel inferior, right? And that's something that you need to deal with, right? They may feel inferior and, you know, a bit, you know, wow, that's a white kid and all of that. But the experience is always, you know, it's always good, right? Maybe during that session, I would, you know, flesh that out. And if we get to network meet after now, we can also look at how to make it work in your case. Please, good evening. Please, I missed a lot due to the network service. I couldn't make the attendance. The network is fluctuating, and I don't know if I can get the slide. I think yes, the slides will be available, right? The slides will be available. But I would advise that just stay in as much as you can, right? Turn off your video, right? It helps for bandwidth, for your bandwidth on your end. And the meeting is being recorded. I think we will get the directive on when it will be shared and how it will be shared. Okay, so I think someone said it's no longer visible. So just allow this, just give me a break of 1 minute, just to be sure that this is still visible. So for some of us, you may no longer see the slide, but it will come up in another, few seconds. Oh, it was still visible. Oh, sorry about that then. Okay, so if it was still visible, then in a few seconds now, you should have that slide back on. So just allow me get to share, and yes. Okay, so I believe everyone should be back on now. Slides being shared clearly. Okay, Mr. Tumbosun, Dr. Tumbosun, you can please, you had your hand raised earlier on, but now it's raised again. You can please unmute and speak, sir.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Yeah, for those of us that said that they couldn't see the slide very well, just let them know that they should turn the direction of their phone, if they are using phone, in this landscape direction.
Landscape, yes.
Yes, landscape direction. So it will give us vividly the PowerPoint presentation.
All right.
Do you understand what I'm saying now?
Yes, sir. So just like I said earlier, right? It will give you a better experience if you turn on the auto rotation on you. If it's not turned on, you may want to turn it on. Just pull down your notification bar from the top of your screen and turn on that auto rotation. And when that is turned on, just flip your phone horizontally, right? Flip your phone horizontally, and you would immediately, the slide would become full, right? Because now you are using or utilizing the entire screen estate that you have, right? So if you are doing that and it's not working, just double check that your auto rotation is turned on. Another thing I said is that you can pin either the presentation to your screen, right? Or whichever you best. So why is STEM important? Why is science, technology, engineering, art, and math? Why is it important? Right? Why is it important? Right? Like I said earlier, we could have been teaching you or having a training on something else, financial literacy, teaching methodologies, and all of that. But why are we, pushing this out and saying STEM is important? We need people to learn STEM. We need people to follow through with STEM, get into STEM, increase or improve their knowledge, their skills in STEM. Now, the first and foremost reason is global significance, right? It is important because of global significance. Now, you may not have been paying attention, but there's been a trend, right, globally, right? It's a subtle trend, right? So if you're not paying attention, you may not notice it, but there's been a gradual increase, right, in demand for STEM-related skills, right? For STEM-related skills, right? I can tell you for free that, take for example, our brothers and sisters, friends, neighbors, acquaintances that, that have traveled outside the country, quote unquote, that have jackpot outside the country, right? Sorry, the person from Botswana, you may not understand that it's a slang that we have in Nigeria here, right? It just means people that have, traveled outside of Nigeria. Right? So for those of our brothers there, it is always an advantage to get a job, right, if you have STEM-related skills. And it begs the question, if countries that are more developed than Nigeria are paying attention to those, are requiring that from their candidates, then there must be something about it. There must be something that they are seeing that we perhaps are not seeing yet, right? Now, STEM skills are essential in this 21st century, no doubt, right? No doubt, right? Because STEM skills are what powers innovation, right? Economic growth, almost all challenges that you know of, global challenges, whether it's the the name now is just the word now is running away from my mind, right?
Climate change.
Pardon me?
Climate change.
Yes, yes. So whether it's climate change, so climate change is one of the what's the name of this? Don't worry. When I remember,
Sustainable Development Goals.
Thank you. The SDG goals. Thank you so much. Right. Thank you so much. That was what I was looking for. The SDG SDGs. Right. All of those things. Right. They need some level of STEM skills to solve. Perhaps that's the reason why every country, is in that race to increase their STEM capacity, right? And I want to believe so. Now, there's almost nothing that is making your life easy today, right? There's almost no technology that is making your life easy today that you cannot factor STEM skills into, right? Even if it's as easy, as little as a comb, the comb you use for your hair, there's a lot of thought that goes into that, right? In case we're not aware, a comb, as little as it may be, is technology. I know when you hear the word technology, a lot of people are thinking about mobile devices and laptops, but it's really not that. It's beyond that, right? If you don't think a comb is technology, then maybe try using maybe a rock or something to try to make your hair smooth, and then you realize that, well, truly, a comb is technology because there's the consideration of the material that goes into it, right? And when you're talking about the material, you're talking about science, right? Material science. What kind of material can I use that can suit the texture of my hair, right? That's not going to cause me any bruise on my scalp, right? And then you're thinking about the shape, the engineering of it, right? What shape produces maximum efficiency, right? And all of that. So there's the global significance, right, as the first reason why STEM is important, right? So if you become a STEM educator, you have sort of leveled up beyond, your peers, right? Because now you can begin to even see yourself in a better light as a global educator, right? It's a global thing that, we are all jumping in on. Now, let's come to the Nigerian context, right? So I know that maybe someone's mind now, so I know that that's for them, right? They are more developed. Maybe that's what they need, right? But in case you're not aware, now even the Nigerian educational system, right? The curriculum development is beginning to gradually phase in the concept of STEM to the public sector. Right? I was privileged to have a discussion with the Ministry of one of the workers at the Ministry of Education, and what I was told, which I think has already been implemented, is there are now topics like in under computing studies, there are now topics that cover things like drones, right? Even in the Nigerian curriculum, in the Nigerian context, right? And all of these are part of the little strides that the people at the top there are pulling to see that Nigeria also factors in churning out students that are STEM literate or have that level or some level of STEM skills and all of that. So we really need to be updated. If you are still using curriculum from 5 years ago, 6 years ago, maybe that lesson note, that lesson plan that you've used for classes before, right? Because you've not been moved from, you are still in year 9 as GSS 3, right? You are still in that class. So you have those lesson notes that seem to fit every new student that comes, every new class. I think it's high time you go back and rethink all of those things, right? Rethink the methodology, rethink the concept that you are teaching, rethink the goals, the skills from each of those lessons, rethink it, right? And as a matter of fact, if you also pay attention to the news, you must have caught a glimpse of how that both the Nigerian the private sector are also beginning to ask for people, for employees who have one knowledge or the other in any STEM related field, right? I mean, let's zoom back. Let's just zoom back 5 years ago or 10 years ago. There were no such well, if they were, maybe it wasn't as significant as what it is today. There was no such, career such as, social media analyst or data scientist, all of these things, right? All of these new careers that have just, suddenly, cropped up into the scene are, as a result of the demand in, STEM related, skills. So, I mean, I don't think, I find it difficult to believe that if you have such a thing as, you're experienced STEM educator in any CV, in your CV, and you go to any known school, any school at all, I find it difficult to believe that it would not give you an edge. It would definitely give you an edge. Now, over 50% of Nigerian graduates are in STEM-related fields, which is true. But we need more trained professionals, right? Because the demand is growing. And hence, again, the reason for this meeting, right? We need more trained professionals, just like everyone who has joined in here. We want people to accept, embrace, right? STEM. So these are, I'm pushing out statistics now, right? I've shared the knowledge. I'm giving you statistics so that you don't feel like this can help you relate with the importance better, right? We need STEM professionals like yourself, right? And one of the dilemma we find ourselves as teachers in today's world, I would normally tell when I'm having professional development with teachers, educators around the world, I tell them that in this part of the world, it's a bit difficult because we are asking teachers to deliver a lesson, to train children, to train themselves in a way that even they themselves were not taught, right? And I think that's the first challenge that every school, has to first overcome, right? Because we're asking you, okay, take on a STEM skill now, that after maybe many years of teaching and all of that. I mean, it's a new concept. It may be a new concept for some of us. It's a new idea for some of us. So it may be a bit difficult to sort of adjust, because all I've done for the donkey number of years that I've been in, that I've been teaching has just been science, right? Biological science. Right? I'm good with biology and all of the taxonomy and all of that. So asking me to now, infuse this with technology or engineering or mathematics, right? And deliver a powerful lesson that would help myself and the student. How do I go about that? Well, thank God for a training such as this. We'll find out how to go about that, because we have a solution, right? Something that will help, a curriculum that you can use, right, in your classroom. A strategy that you can use in your classroom to meet all of your concerns, right? And tick all of the check boxes, all of the check marks, right? Another statistics is the World Economic Forum predicts that 65% of children entering primary school today will work in STEM-related jobs that don't even exist, right? Many of them will be in the STEM field. That's true, right? That's true, right? I did a training at some point where I shared statistics, right? Mind-blowing statistics with it was a small group of about 6 teachers, right? And all I just did for that training was I just gathered lots of statistics, right? Statistics that you wouldn't even be aware of, that you think, oh, you just take some things casually, right? But when you look at the statistics, right, it's easy to tell where the world is moving towards. And the reason why we keep clamoring that give those kids what a skill that would make them competitive, right? Because the truth is, your child or those children in your classroom would be, if you are still, for example, you are teaching space science, right? Your child is going to be competing with a child from maybe Kansas or New Zealand or New Jersey or New York, who have access to go and see the spacesuit that was, won during the space mission, right? He's not just reading about space that, oh, there are solar system, there's Earth, and I see it on all these 2D diagrams and all of that. He's going to be competing with someone who has actually gone there to see the spacesuit, the boot, the first footprint of the moon. The boot is there in the museum. He has seen it, right? So it's difficult to prove that your lesson on space would be even more real than that boy or that girl in that country that has actually gone there to see it. So if you are still comfortable with, the status quo, then I think it's high time to change, right? It's high time to change, right? And thankfully, you are part of this meeting, and I'm trusting and believing that you are here because you want to, change. You want to, step it up one notch, right? And P.S. quick detour there. That's one of the things that teachers also maybe want to consider. There's something you can do called virtual tours, right? So I'm not in Ibadan, right? And I want to visit the zoo. I don't have the resources to take all of my class, to the zoo, right? These are maybe for schools in rural areas that cannot afford some things. You can do virtual tours, right? You can reach out to teachers, brothers, relatives, friends that are in that location. I can pay you, right? Either pay for your transport, depending on whatever negotiation goes on there, whether it's within the country or outside the country. You can find people, right? I've seen it happen, right? You find people that are willing to go to those places, and it's as easy as turning on a video, a Google Meet or a Zoom meeting, and videoing all of these things. Yes, it doesn't cut the mark of 100% realia, something that the student can interact with and all of that, but it is way better. I can tell you for free that a child who has seen that, right, would relate much more than a child who was just taught habitat and taught that lions, this is their habitat and all of that. If you actually go to the zoo and they are seeing the lion, and all of that, and you are videoing all of this, I mean, you'll be amazed at the turnout. And these are little ideas that you can use. It doesn't have to be within the country or interstate, right? I remember one of the things we did at some point in a secondary school was with the IDP camps, right? The IDP camps, it was a presentation, it was a PBL block that the students were doing at that time, and they were, thankfully enough, we had a teacher who was from Borno and had relatives there that could just help us, visit the IDP camps, and had a video coverage from there, right? And it helped the student interact. So, when you talk about insecurity and all of these things, it's not just something they watch on the news and they cannot relate with. They saw these people, right? They saw the environment. It made it real to them. It was supposed to drive in them that nudge, that internal drive to want to make the world, to want to make Nigeria a better place, right? It was a private school, and it was difficult for the student to really relate with the fact that some people don't have 3 square meals, right? It was that kind of school, right? And so that was an opportunity for them to learn that, okay, truly, these things are not just, right? They are not just mouth safe, right? All right. So those are 3 reasons why STEM is important. We've looked at the global significance of it. We've brought it to Nigeria, right? And we've also looked at, the statistics, right, as to why STEM is important. All of the statistics that we have today seem to be pointing to the fact that, STEM-related fields are the way to go. We're going to look at the skills developed with STEM. And just before I do that, I just want to jump into the meeting and see some of the questions that we have so far. So let me just maybe let me enlarge my screen so that I can see more questions, more input. Why is art not added to become STEAM? Actually, that question is from Mr. Daniel Dako. I hope I pronounced the other name correctly. Well, art is included, right? So there's STEM, that's science, technology, engineering, art, and math. And then there's STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. And then there's STEAM, science, technology, engineering, art, and math. And art was included for a reason, right? Art was included for a reason, right? I hope I think I'll factor that into some of the documents that I will then share, right? That you can read up on, watch videos on, and see the justification adding art into the concept, into the entire ideology, right? So thank you for that. I noticed another question that says, is STEM applicable to all subjects? is STEM applicable to all subjects, right? STEM integrates science, technology, art, and math, right? The art aspect of it opens up to more subjects, right? The art part of it opens you up to more subjects, whether it's visual art, language art, and all of that. Technology, you will soon see that the curriculum that we've developed breaks technology into things like coding and robotics. People do coding, robotics. Technology can even extend to things like designs and all of that. So is it applicable to all subjects? The skills are applicable to all subjects, but the subjects that the STEM pillars really address are sort of confined. I know that the inclusion of art opens that or broadens the limits, right? But as the pillars STEM, it's a bit more confined, right? Art sort of just broadens it a bit. But however, the skills that they teach are applicable across all subjects. We'll soon see the skills now, right? Skills developed with STEM. That question was from Mr. Kende. How can STEM be applicable to art and commercial teachers and students? All right, I believe I made allusions to that already, right? The art integration it sort of broadens the knowledge, right? Sort of broadens the subjects that you can cover, right? For the commercial students, you can still integrate STEM, right? You can integrate pillars like technology and mathematics, right? You can integrate that into your subject areas as you please. However, you also want to pay a huge focus on the skills that are taught by STEM, right? That way, you would have covered, every ground possible. How can I apply STEM in my classroom because I teach commercial students? Okay, I think I just addressed that. How can I relate hybridization with STEM? Well, it depends on how you may need to provide more context on what you mean by hybridization. Are you referring to a hybrid session of virtual, synchronous and asynchronous classes, or are you talking hybridization in terms of merging classes together, or you are maybe in a rural area where the kids don't come to school 5 days of the week, so you have to merge? So you may need to provide me a bit more context, and I'll do my best to help you out there. Yes, it is possible to the commercial section. Yes, it is very possible. Is STEM what we also call JETs, right? Yes, they share similarities, right? I remember when we were younger then, we used to be part of this JET club. They share similarities, but the core aspect of it, the essence, what is being taught, the skills and all of these things, they've long, evolved from there, right? So the knowledge of JET would not be sufficient in a STEM-driven world or in a STEM-driven curriculum. Okay, thank you. So please, what is there any question? All these questions are I'm referring to blended learning. All these questions are there. Sorry. So I'll take the questions one after the other. Okay, so you're referring to blended learning. I believe this is the question about hybridization, right? So yes, you can integrate STEM, right? You can integrate STEM very well, right, for hybrid classes. As a matter of fact, I think you have an advantage because for me, I see blended learning opening up the opportunity to have more time with your students, right? At the core, it boils down to how you plan the delivery, right? How you plan the delivery of each of these hybrid classes that you have. It boils down to that, really. you have to figure out how much time you have for those for the blended classes. I think preferably find a suitable space, like where you can come together, maybe as simple as a WhatsApp group with your students. I mean, there's no harm to doing that, right? Just put together the right structure so that you don't overly load or bombard the group, right? If you're not going to do WhatsApp, maybe a Google Classroom, Edmodo, and what have you, Google Teams, and all of that. So just find a place where you can, sort of a space where you can monitor everything that is being learned, right? And you can take notes of what the students have covered and what they are yet to cover. But yes, you can incorporate STEM for blended learning and for learners of all age groups. For learners of all age groups. Based on your presentation, history students could therefore go on virtual excursions to places they could have visited physically, but they are limited by financial resources. Yes, that's a huge thumbs up. Yes, you can do that, right? All right. Yes, yes, you can go on those virtual tours, right? I remember my very first virtual tour was a far-fetched one. It was a virtual tour to Mars, right? It was a virtual tour to Mars, and the turnout, my goodness, was amazing, right? The turnout was amazing. I had students, it was even for the elementary school. So I had students from the upper key stage level, that's year 3, 4, 5, and 6, that's primary 3, 4, 5, and 6 joining. I mean, it was a full meeting. I remember vividly that after that meeting, I then had another school who wanted to do the same thing, right? And I achieved that with numerous technological solutions, right? So yes, virtual tours, virtual excursions are very well encouraged. I mean, they're very well encouraged. In the worst case scenario, if you can, convey yourself there at the least, convey yourself there. I mean, you could think of it from the aspect of the fact that you are the one that knows what you want to teach your student. Just have someone who can stay in the class and who can set up all of these things for you. All you need really is just a projector or a TV connected to a laptop or something, a TV or a laptop at the most, right? Just something that can show you, like you can join a meeting with that the students can all see. A projector for a larger class so that they can all see what is happening. Maybe laptops for smaller groups. If you can borrow laptops from your teachers, maybe 2 or 3, you can then split the classes into maybe groups of 5, as the case may be, and they all join the same meeting, and you can take them on all of those virtual tours. Okay, so let's consider those that will go for prayers when planning. Okay, we'll try as much as possible to do that. I must say, I must apologize for that, right? I must apologize for that. All right, so let's quickly look at the skills developed with STEM, right? The skills developed with STEM. But just before we go into the skills developed with STEM, because this would conclude some of the information that I want to share with you on STEM. Once I'm done with these skills, right, we're just going to take another mentee session, and then we'll go to project-based learning, right? Under project-based learning, I'll share with you some of the differences between a project and project-based learning. I'll share with you some of the things that I've done, right? There's one that particularly always ignites my interest. I'll share a video with you, was with a school that I happen to have also led at some point, but I'll share with you another video that that people have done outside the country, and then we'll wrap it up for today. For tomorrow's class, we will then dive into the curriculum that we've made, right? We'll dive into the curriculum. We're going to look at some of the pillars, science, technology, what we've done in the curriculum, how you can apply it. We'll look at how to also build, how to make a PBL plan, what we call a PBL planner, So like we said, it's a workshop. It's going to be very intensive, right? So there's a lot of things that will be demanded. Just after this class, there would be also exercises that we would be required to also attempt at spare time. Maybe what we'll do is we'll just have to consider and extend the submission time for those who maybe had to leave at some point and all of that. All right, so let's look at just before we look at the very first skill, which we're already familiar with, it's going to just maybe come up as a cliche for some of us. I want to have us, can you just drop an emoji, a favorite emoji, just to let me know how many people are still following, how many people I have on the call.
I'm following. Thank you, Mr. Solomon.
All right, thank you so much, Miss Anita, Madam Anita, Poloko, Adeshola, Eniola. Pardon me. Oh, okay, I thought someone was saying something. All right, thank you. Someone has a plane. I hope that person is not planning to leave us. Right, stay with us in Nigeria. We'll make Nigeria a better place. Right, still following Christiana Oyebode. Thank you so much. All right, Esther Oluwakemi. Thank you, Mr. Defemi Emmanuel Rosemary. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, so let's look at these skills. Let's look at these skills. Now, I think that since I have sort of like, I think I have a tangible number of teachers who are in either commercial or in the art department, maybe I would also do well to maybe share experiences with you, things you can do that can help out, that can help you also, use the skills in STEM and all of that. So the very first one is critical thinking, right? I don't know what you understand critical thinking as, right? But I can tell you that this is something I've seen that is lacking in some of the schools, not all schools. I won't be too hasty to generalize. But some schools that I have, or some students, some children that I have been privileged to talk to have conversations with, right? And critical thinking is analyzing a problem, considering multiple solutions, right? Now, okay, maybe let me take this route, and hopefully this will help us understand it better. Now, you may agree with me that we've not gotten to that level yet in the Nigerian educational system where we can boast or beat our chest that the majority of the students that we have are students that can identify a problem and provide solutions, right? If you are in your class and you still have consistently, you still have the issue of students who say, oh, they don't have time to study, they don't have time to read outside class, or homeworks are constantly not being submitted, or students who cannot manage their time, they are either late for this or late for that, then critical thinking is missing in that class. You can bring it back in your subjects and help them begin to think critically, right? But just know that critical thinking is missing, right? Critical thinking is not just about analyzing, right? For every problem, I dare to tell my students that for every problem, there is usually more than one answer, more than one solution, right? More than one solution or more than one answer to it. In computing, there's a name that we give to it, right? Where you take a huge chunk of problem. That's how computers work. You take that huge chunk of problem and you break it down into smaller pieces, right? Smaller achievable pieces, right? Maybe that's what is missing again in your lesson, how that you are unable to actualize the concepts of the goal of the projects that you have in mind. Maybe that's what's missing, right? Okay, so I have a fundraising event, Or my student has a big idea, has a nice idea, something he or she wants to work on, a problem he or she has identified, right? And also, again, quick detour, please. Tell your students that it's never too late to start making money, right? Gone are those days, right? Dare to have a student who is even richer than you in your classroom. It is possible, right? And now it is possible irrespective of the location. Now, I'm not speaking because, oh, I've had more experience teaching in Lagos State. Maybe the odds are in our favor because of the urban environment we found ourselves. No. That's far from what I'm saying, right? Teach them to dare, right? What I still find prevalent in schools today is that they think that, okay, we are still learning. When we are done learning, maybe university will begin to make money or begin to, be useful, or that's when we can actually do something meaningful, right? That's a very wrong mindset, right? They are never too young, right? They are never too young to start making money or to start making positive impacts, right? I've had a year 7 student. Was she year 7? Yeah, I think she was in year 7 going to year 8. That's JSS1, JSS2. I'm not sure now. I think, yeah, she was going to JSS2 or she was in JSS2. Who dared to, so because we've groomed them for a number of time, she identified a problem in our estate. And the problem was the fact that it is usually dark at night, and which was a problem. It was an estate. It wasn't an alarming situation, right? But let's face the fact: if it's dark, then if it's not yet an alarming situation, it's bound to be an alarming situation soon, right? And so she was thinking, why can't we install street lights? These are thoughts that adults would normally have, right? So if you hear it coming from a year 7 or a year 8 student, right, it brings that concern. And I'm wondering, okay, interesting. And so that's what she was thinking at that time. And so that was a huge problem that she shared with the teacher, she shared with the class key worker, the class teacher, and that was broken down. As a matter of fact, it was supposed to even be a PBL project for them, right? And her team, whoever she chooses, or the entire classroom, as the case may be. But she then took it as a personal, what's the name? And how did that pan out, right? So you start by breaking that problem down into smaller chunks, right? First, can you write a letter to the estate chairman? Right? And so she did that letter to the estate chairman. The estate chairman got back to her and then asked her to come to the estate meeting to come and pitch the idea. Right? And in case now everyone at this point is already getting excited, right? So it all comes to not just what's the name now, that big problem, but break it down into things that you can achieve, that the kids can achieve, that they themselves can achieve, right? I have a student who is passionate about football. He wants to become a footballer, right? And I'm telling him already that you're not just going to suddenly become the best, right? I've put in front of him pictures of Messi, pictures of Ronaldo, right? These are the 2 world best that we've seen in a long time, arguably, right? The best that we've seen in a long time, maybe even the best in the issue of football, right? And I'm telling you, how do you want to get there? Take that big problem, break it down into smaller steps. Are you going to start reaching out to mommy or daddy to tell them, okay, are they going to, sign you up into a club, right? If they're not going to sign you up into a club, that does not mean that's the end of the dream. That's why we said that there are usually multiple solutions. They're not going to sign you to a club. What are you then going to do? Are you just going to give up? No. So have you marked out a day or a time or multiple days or multiple times and you can say, okay, I'm going to use this 20 minutes or 30 minutes to practice, right? If it takes running around the compound or running, around the parlor, if you have a football at home, right? But as little as that, it helps them begin to see that, okay, this is a huge problem. It's actually achievable. When you break them down into smaller steps, you can then begin to tackle it individually and, make reasonable progress. Collaboration and communication is the second skill. So the first STEM skill that students will learn, that you yourself will learn, is critical thinking, right? And critical thinking is not just about analyzing a problem, right? Very importantly, it's also about thinking about multiple solutions, right? Multiple solutions, right? I happen to also have experience in programming, right? And there is this thing that is done in the computing world, right? They call them stand-up sessions. And what's a stand-up session? So imagine a product like WhatsApp, right? Stand-up sessions would mean, for example, I can paint a simple scenario where in the morning, say 9 a.m., every team member gathers. There's usually no sitting down, right? Every team member gathers, and what are we doing while we are gathered? We're thinking about, okay, so we want to introduce a new tool to WhatsApp that will allow people buy, advertise products, and pay for products. How do we go about that? And then you have people sharing their ideas, right? We can go about it this way, we can go about it this way, right? And so they're isolating. There's more than one solution. So they're isolating which one is easiest for us to achieve, which one, aside from being easy, which one is most efficient, right? And in stand-up solutions or stand-up sessions, it is usually a practice that no idea is a dumb idea. No solution is a dumb solution, right? And that's why for me, I still teach, thankfully, right? And I don't plan to stop teaching anytime soon, right? I love teaching, right? When I'm in my class, some of the things I don't tolerate from KS2 upwards, so I teach in the secondary session, I also teach in the elementary session, right? The upper elementary, right? Some of the things I don't tolerate from them, the only people I cut a bit of slack are maybe those in year 3, right? That's primary 3, because they are just leaving the lower elementary to the upper elementary. They are still getting used to some things. But starting from year 4 all the way, primary 4 all the way to SS3, I don't tolerate assignments not being done, right? Right? Because I would normally tell them that off the top of my head, I can think of about 5 different solutions that you could have used, right? If an assignment is given to you and it's not done, particularly an assignment that spans maybe 2 or 3 days, right? You're given that assignment on Monday, the next class or the next period is maybe Thursday or Friday, or maybe some that even happens the next week. Oh my goodness, I don't tolerate it, because one, you had 5, 6, 7 days. You didn't reach out, right? If there was any reason that was very pertinent why you could not sort or attend to that assignment, you should have reached out to your teacher, right? At the worst case scenario, reach out to your parent to reach out to your teacher. Again, that fosters parent-teacher collaboration, that triangle, this parent, the school, and the child, right? Okay, and you then realize that when they eventually reach out, you then find out that what they are struggling with, maybe it's the tool that they are supposed to use, or maybe they didn't understand the question. All of that will have been sorted out ahead of time. Okay, so let me just stop there and move to collaboration. Collaboration and communication, right? Now, collaboration is a skill that, that we are still learning, thankfully. We're open-minded people, but it's something we should also, that STEM also teaches, right? It teaches every child to learn to collaborate. Either they are collaborating on a group project. Not only are they collaborating on that group project, they are also communicating. Empathy has to be taught to every child in your class. Now, let me sound a note at this point and say that all of these things, don't expect it to happen in the first day of class, right? It's a learning process. They may get it wrong. In fact, they may get it wrong for a whole term. They may still be trying to adjust for a whole term, but it doesn't take away the fact that that is the right way to go, right? Teach them how to communicate, right? Teach them how to communicate. Now, a very interesting task that that you can try out for your students would be this task. So this is something that I learned to do. And it will help you teach your student how to communicate better, particularly in a group. Now, it saddens me when in some WhatsApp or Telegram group that you join, there has to be these rules and regulations that the admins have to post, right? Mind your language, all of those things and all of that, right? It saddens me because it's painful that adults didn't learn that while they were younger, and some people are not still willing to learn. Now try this on your students. Ask them, give them a time frame, and ask them to write every bad word that they can think of. If you want to make it more interesting, right, let them think of someone they dislike and write every negative thing that they can think of, maybe in the space of 30 seconds, so that you don't get too many bad words, because you also don't want to get them focused on the bad things, right? Now, double that time and ask them, just either assign them to people randomly, right? Or maybe that same person that they don't like, and ask them to write good things about that person, and double the time. So if you give them 30 seconds for the bad words, give them 1 minute for the good words, or compliment. It could be compliments, it could be words to describe the person's looks, character, whatever, right? From experience, what I have found on many occasions, right? In fact, on all occasions, if I want to be honest, is that students find it more difficult to come up with good words as they would bad words, right? And because of time, maybe I should have even tried it on us here, right? I should have even tried it on us here. You find out that it is not that you don't know the good words. It is not that you don't know how to describe out the positives in people, right? Particularly when you're collaborating in a group. It is that sometimes they don't even know how to express it. But to be honest, if I want to balance both sides, some students don't even know the good things. Tells you the kind of environment or community they found themselves, right? Shows you all of that. They're not even aware. And that way, you can begin to groom them, right? So in a group, even though you disagree with what this other person is saying, maybe you will get a glimpse of this in the second video I will share very soon when we get to the PBL, right? If, in a group, there are ways you can, criticize someone's work, right? We call it the sandwich method: positive, critical, positive. Right? Positive, you start with a positive compliment, then you mention what it is that you want to say, the critical thing you want to say, and then end with a positive. That has to be the rule for every kind of communication that happens in your class. Right? Even though what the person said may be silly, but it's not right to just go all out as critical. No, it has to start with a positive, right? And I dare say, make sure it always ends with a positive. So there's a class assignment. You want to draw a dog. You want to do something very funny, right? And then you have students laughing at the person. Oh, his dog is ugly. No. Not in my class. Right? Not in my class. Right? A better way to have presented that idea to that student, to that friend of you, would have been, okay, well, this was a good effort. When did you even work on this? Did you have time? 30 minutes? Did your mom allow you? Right? Praise the effort, at least they did it. It's better than the student that didn't even do anything. And then critical. Well, maybe the grin that you put on this dog is too much, or the mouth looks funny. And then you always ask to end with a positive, right? In fact, you can even end with a praise again, but, well, you put in the work. At least you put in the work. Well done. Right? It has to be positive, critical, and positive. So collaboration and communication, very key, very key, very, very key. Don't take it out for no reason. Just give me 1 second here. Just need to fix something on my end.
Yes.
Please pardon me. I'm getting a notification on my end that I just want to quickly attend to. Okay, I think. All right. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you. Sorry about that. All right. So let's look at the next one. Collaboration. So I've dealt with collaboration and communication. Also, collaborate within your classroom and then outside your classroom. You can do a long-term project, cross-classroom, right? Not just within your classroom, not just student with your classroom. Have them collaborate with even the younger ones, right? Have the GS3 students collaborate with GS1 students, right? Have them, even if it's as little as a presentation, right? GS3, GS1, come up with a presentation on what you think, right? Brainstorm solutions to be the road transport system within your community there, right? Or you've noticed that your community is always littered, right? Brainstorm solutions with a GS1 student, right? Think about the time, factor in the timetable and all of the work schedules that they have. You can even extend it to an entire term. So start in week 1, in week 9 or week 8, right? You're going to present this to the entire school, right? So don't just think of collaboration with the faces that they know, right? Think of collaboration with the faces that they don't even know, right? Collaboration with the faces that they don't even like. I dare say that they don't even like, right? That would really, 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 really help them. It will help the younger ones to develop confidence. It will help the older ones to learn how to work with people who are not at their level, right? They will explain things better, learn how to break things down and all of that. And it's really not too difficult to pull off, right? Creativity and innovation. Now, STEM encourage creativity, allows students to innovate and experiment with new ideas. Right? STEM allows students to innovate and experiment with the new ideas. Now, the new ideas part is the part that I really, really, really love, because sometimes your students can come up with crazy ideas, quote and unquote, crazy ideas, right? Now, there are some ideas that your student may come up with that may even scare you yourself, right? I'm scared in the positive way, right? But it does tell you, it does give you that feedback that you have students whose mind are now open, right? They're open to see possibilities, right? In the worst case scenario, if you cannot achieve that idea now, don't let go of that idea, right? And you'll be amazed how that student, run with those things, right? The first space flight was one of the people that worked on the first space flight was a woman in STEM, and she started developing that idea from when she was in elementary school, right? And it was an idea that was a spin-off from what the teacher inspired her to do, and she didn't let go of that thing. Actually, saw it. She was part of the team that launched that first, and it was a dream come true. Even if you are not able to achieve those ideas immediately, don't let your students, just forget it. Don't talk them down on it. Encourage them, right? So it opens your student to creativity, right? Innovation, right? Innovation also meaning that you don't have to create something new, totally new. You can reinvent, right? You can take from people's ideas and recreate and redo it, right? And then lastly, as I think also is also very important is problem solving, right? STEM education emphasizing solving real world problems, right? Fostering resilience and resourcefulness, right? Fostering resilience and resourcefulness, right? If it's not real world problems, right, you are just hitting maybe 20% of the 100% mark, right? You're hitting 20% of the 100% mark. Now, let's take, for example, the best schools in the world, the best universities in the world, right? What do they look for? They don't necessarily look for people that are smart, right? They don't look for people that are smart. So out of the 40,000 candidates that sit for their exam, Harvard, for example, has within that range, I believe, that sit for their exam, they would only accept about less than 5%, I believe, except if that statistics has changed, right? But I even guess it, even if it has changed, it's only more than 10%. I think 10% is too high. I think it was usually about 5% that they would normally admit, right? Which is about 2,000 or 3,000 out of like a 40,000, out of like 40,000 applicants. Now, of those, now, these are not people that failed, right? So all of these are people that scored higher than the cutoff. So if the cutoff is 80 out of 100, you have people that scored, these people that will be invited for interview, people that scored maybe 90, 95. So those are actually the best of the best of the best brains. But what actually gives you the edge to actually be admitted? What Harvard, what they do is they look for things like, what have you done personally? Have you volunteered to, join a work team, a workforce? What project have you undergone that is positively or that positively impacted, humankind, the living situation, right? Those are things that they are looking for. They are looking for people that go the extra mile. It's not just about brain knowledge. It's about what problem have you been able to identify and solve, right? We don't need people that can do 1 + 1. We have a lot of them. But how do I take that 1 + 1 and make my living room look better? How do I make people's living space more comfortable so that it can reduce stress? So that's problem solving. And then lastly, hands-on learning, right? Hands-on learning. Now, Preview integrated into STEM provides practical application of theoretical concepts, right? This helps to deepen knowledge retention, right? It helps to deepen their understanding and knowledge retention. Okay, my slide is out again. My slide is out again. Just allow me quickly fix that. Allow me fix that. And it should be up in, I think it should be up right about now. No, not so yet. So, please pardon me.
We have it now.
Okay. Okay, so if you were not seeing it before now, you should have it now on your screen. Okay, so that's pretty much as much as I want to share for now on STEM, right? For now on STEM, right? Hands-on learning, we've talked about that. And let's take this quick activity again. This is just a quick one, just to be sure that I have people that are following. So I want you to head over to menti.com. Now, this time around, when you do get to menti.com, menti.com, you want to use the code 4901 7915 4901 7915, right? 4901 7915. Once you are on there, just go ahead and tick which answer you think best suits this question. Right, if you're on your computer, you can just scan the QR code just on there by the left-hand side, and that should also help you or help us do the same, help you do the same thing So 8 responses, keep them coming, keep them coming, keep them coming. And while that's going on, let me just jump in again into the Zoom meeting and see if there's anything that I have missed. Okay, so it was asked for the code, it's been posted. All right, Mrs. Opeyemi or Madam Opeyemi says memorization. Okay, thank you so much for your input so far. For everyone who stayed tuned, so far, it's a huge thumbs up, right? Remember, just like we said, right, it's a workshop, it's going to be intensive. So if you're like me, just have that bottle of water close by. How do I partake? So just minimize your Zoom application now, and then head over to your Google Chrome browser or your browser. I don't know if it's Google Chrome or Safari, whatever browser you have, and then go to menti.com, menti.com. The moment that page loads up, it's going to ask you for a code, right? The code you want to type in is 49017915. 49017915. And then you can actually go ahead to answer. Okay, so okay, Mr. Rashid has his hand up. Mr. Rashid, please feel free to unmute your mic and let's hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you all the leaders for this platform. I have a question, or maybe
Please go
it's
ahead, sir.
a contribution, and it's on collaboration and communication.
Okay.
Just like you rightly said during your presentation, these are actually one of the most important of the 21st century skills. And I teach in a public school, and I find it a bit difficult to develop these skills in my students. And it is because of a very simple reason, the English language barrier. Thankfully, the Lagos state government has actually now permitted that we can actually now teach using the mother tongue. And I think that initiative is going to really help the students to come out, because this English thing, my brother, is actually a problem. When you give them work to do, the group work, and they need to communicate, they need to collaborate, because of this difficulty in expressing their ideas, their thoughts, their feelings, they tend to hold back. But these are the same set of students that when you see them on the field or you see them in the cafeteria, they are very free, and they talk, and they can argue about football, but when it's in the classroom and you give them a problem to solve, that English challenge usually limits them. So I just want to encourage everyone that I don't know if it is permitted in our respective schools, if we can just allow the students to express themselves in the mother tongue, I think they will be able to bring out the greatness that is inside of them. It's not actually a question anyway. Yeah, I think it's just a contribution.
But it's an excellent
So
contribution. I mean, I agree. It is an excellent contribution, right? It is something that is usually overlooked, right? And I completely understand your stance. I've had that experience too myself, right? So I know I can relate very well. Maybe some people may not be able to relate, but I can relate very well. It's that scenario. For me, just like you said, for me, even before the before Lagos State, started allowing students to express themselves, which I think also truly is a wonderful thing to do, right? I wasn't too strict with my students as to what language they collaborate with in my class, right? And I mean, you can argue that yes, it wasn't good. I was going against what was the standard, right? But I think that if you weigh the pros and cons of both, I tend to believe that it is better for you to allow them to express themselves in the way that they can, as opposed to stifle that that idea that they have because they cannot communicate, right? Communication is the key, right? Not English, right? I've had encounters with parents who tell you that, oh, why is my student or why is my child writing like this, or why is his notes not neat and all of that. So I happen to lead some schools, some teams, and when I'm facing off with parents like that, one of the things I normally help them understand is you are requiring a TD teacher, right? Technical drawing, right? You are requiring a TD teacher to be very strict on marking the language when he is not the English teacher, right? If that was with an English teacher, I would understand, right? Because it falls within the purview of the English teacher and English subject to sort all of that, right? But for a teacher who is not, no, that's a job for what's the name, right? As long as the child is able to attain to the requirement of technical drawing that was set, the lesson objective that was set, then I think that child is good to go. Right? Gone are the days where English language, is used, yeah, you can argue that English language is still the most commonly accepted language, but I dare to say that I would rather have someone on my team, employ someone on my team who knows what he is doing but doesn't know how to speak English than someone who knows how to speak English but doesn't know what he's doing. Right? And if you think long term, when would Nigeria get to that stage where we are the same level with countries like China, who don't teach, who don't communicate in their classroom with English as their primary subject? Right? It's because we were colonized by the British, and to some large extent, we are still heavily dependent on them, and we still see ourselves as, as inferior, right? Which shouldn't be. Right? So just like you said, sir, Mr. Rashid, I completely agree. Right? When it comes to communication collaboration, if all they can collaborate in is Yoruba or any local dialect, please encourage them to, right? Please encourage them to. Right? Don't stifle them because they are not speaking in English. Don't be overtly, right? Don't be overtly on their neck because of that, right? So just like the scenario you said, that's why they enjoy playing football better, because they're on the pitch, they're all screaming, shouting, because they can communicate freely. And then when they're in your class, they can't say anything. And that's why they're not following through with the subject at hand. Right? But when you allow them express themselves in the language that they can, that they are comfortable with, then the outcome of that lesson is improved significantly. Right, is improved significantly. I mean, the school heads can then come together and, look for a solution around all of it, right? And say, okay, if this is bringing more, what's the name, results to our teaching and learning methods in this school, how do we, balance the equation, right? So let's allow, so I see two hands up. Elizabeth Olani, Miss Elizabeth or Miss Elizabeth Olani, please, you can unmute your mic and let's hear you.
All right, good evening. So as regards to what's been said about communication, what about in a setting in a private school where the school owner employs a diction teacher to come teach the children how to speak well, and then we have other students that are not so good, they can't communicate effectively, and so they are good with their local dialect, probably Yoruba or Igbo. How do we help those kind of students to flow with others, and especially in essays, to write well as well? Because I feel communication also affects how one writes.
So if I got the question correctly, right? The question is that you have students who communicate in their local dialect, I think you said, but is it that they don't understand the English that you're speaking, or
No,
they
they
cannot
do, they
speak?
understand. They understand, but they're not so good like the others.
Oh, okay.
Their
Okay, so
English is
how do you
not,
help those kind of kids?
yes.
Okay,
That's the
well,
question.
if I were if I were in your shoes, right, and I actually understand the dialect that they are speaking, right? Um, honestly, I would allow them express themselves in their dialect, right? I've been privileged to work with diverse kind of students, right? And there's something I also understand about communication and learning how to speak, that sometimes it takes a little bit of time. But it's not something that you will see the immediate effect or result, like immediately, right? Right. So give them that time. But while you are even striving to attain or to reach that part where they can speak and they are confident about their speaking, I think that you should also allow them at some point communicate in their dialect. I've had students who came from the Niger Delta region. I think it was Agbo. They were very. I was very fond of them because they didn't understand how to speak English at all, right? And because I didn't understand their dialect, right? I remember I made it a rule that whatever you know how to speak, speak it, whether it is wrong or whether it is correct. Just go ahead and speak it. And I wasn't penalizing them for speaking the wrong thing, right? Thankfully, that was about 2 years ago. Same students today, we communicate in English fluently. Yes, there's still a bit of mistake, here and there, but the percentage has reduced drastically, right? And so those are my thoughts. I think I don't know. I can see Olu, Mr. Kende. I think that's a bit easier one for me to pronounce. Mr. Kende, your hands are up. Please feel free to mute your mic if you're
All right.
speaking.
Good evening, everybody. I hope everybody can hear me. All right. So
Yes, we can.
my is basically a concern. At the beginning of the training, you mentioned it's divided. The training is divided into section. So of which it is the visual, and we'll be having physical section. So the physical section to me might be somehow impossible because I don't know the venue actually. You didn't mention the venue. So that's one concern. Then it will be Lagos. I'm currently far from Lagos, and the economy of Nigeria now is actually not advising traveling. So that's my major concern. So what do you see to that? And what is the criteria for certification? Must participants be 100% in attendance, or is just there's a percentage of grace for those who are unable to attend fully? So that's my concern.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kinde. So the first concern is the physical session, right? There are 3 virtual sessions which are compulsory, including the physical session. Actually, all sessions are compulsory, right? But there will be a physical session in Lagos. There will also be another physical session in Ilorin, right? So whichever state that falls in for you, you're going to get a physical session in those 2 locations. Right, I hope that answers your question. Mr. Tumbosun, Dr. Tumbosun, you have your hands up, and then Mr. Udwak has his hand up. Mr. Tumbosun, let's hear you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, the presenter. I believe you can hear me from your side.
Yes, loud and clear, sir.
I want to react to the last the last sister that raised question based on the communication. At times, maybe a teacher who doesn't understand any other language aside English language. And if a student is permitted, or some students are permitted in the class to express themselves in their local language, I mean mother tongue, such a teacher may not understand the mother tongue. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, I think to me, the way I view it, it is possible for such teacher to use observational theory. And what I mean by observational theory is like students will be able to visualize whatever that is being learned in the class through the teacher. And at the same time, demonstration and dramatization. I think these are the method of teaching that can be employed in that regard. Thank you very much. I don't know if anybody has any reaction towards that. You will be welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Tumoso. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that contribution. Mr. Udwak, you have your hands raised. Can you please unmute your mic and let's hear you? We need to speed up. Our time is fast running. So let's quickly hear you, sir.
All right, thank you very much, facilitator for tonight. Dr. Tubosu, I also buy into your idea.
Thank you. I'm listening to you.
I think we lost him there. You are muted again, Mr. Odwak. If you can hear us, I think you're accidentally hit.
I can hear you. I'm listening to you.
Oh, I think his network is actually out. Okay.
Can you?
Hello.
I can hear you clearly.
Okay, so Mr. Udwak, all right, Mr. Udwak, who was speaking a while ago, I think his network actually took him out, so he's no longer on the meeting. But let's wait for him to get back, and we'll see how far we can go with his contribution or his question. Okay, so thank you so much for joining up until this point. It's been an exciting one, and let's move to the other part of today's class, which is project-based learning. Project-based learning, PBL, right? Project-based learning, particularly project-based learning in STEM, right? Project-based learning in STEM education, right? Project-based learning in STEM education. Let's start with what we think, even though I already have it on the screen, but it's always nice to hear people's thoughts, right? Have you heard about that methodology before, project-based learning? Yes, the slides. Yes, the slides will be communicated with you. No worries, right? Have you heard about that term, project-based learning? If you've heard about it, please let's hear your thoughts, what you think it is. If you want to share it as a comment, please, by all means. If you want to speak, let's just take maybe one person or maybe at most 2, but 1 person, let's see, because of our time. While that's happening, I think, okay, so Mr. Kehinde has his hand up. Mr. Kehinde, please, can you go ahead and unmute your mic?
All right. In respect to project-based learning, all right. I actually schooled in currently at Water Springs International School, Akure, and as at last term, that is a previous academic section. I think our pupils were engaged in project-based learning. So I think before the beginning of a section, that is this everybody's on break now, so they were giving a project before they go on break. So coming back to the next section, most of them try to make their project awesome. So some maybe they are making electric bulb or how things, just different kind of topics like that. So they were made to do research, then construct something from that. So I discovered that each of them, since you put in 1 or 2 efforts to make that project work, they actually learned something indirectly or even directly from so that's what I say about project-based learning and the role it plays in the life of children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for that. That was quite interesting, right? It's always good to hear, people's insight on project-based learning. Okay, so Dr. Tubosun, please share your insight.
All right. To me, I think is a kind of a community of inquiry to solve a specific problem in a collaborative way.
Thank you so much.
That community, I think it's one of the theories that we can use to solve educational problem.
Okay. Okay. So these are interesting thoughts from either Mr. Kehinde or Dr. Tumbo. So these are very interesting thoughts, I must say, right? And project-based learning, PBL, is not too far from what they have both mentioned. However, let me pick on some important ideas that you cannot do without when it comes to project-based learning. There is no detaching project-based learning, the idea behind the methodology of project-based learning. There's no detaching it from the fact that it deals with real-world problems. Doesn't deal with abstract problems. It deals with real-world problems. Now, it does this by it does this in a structure, right? And in that structure, you will find that you would pick up all of the skills that we've mentioned earlier, and even some more skills, right? If you follow that structure of doing PBL. However, this is the thing. A lot of teachers, a lot of schools, they mix up project-based learning and project. We're going to look at the differences very soon. They mix it up, right? It's easy for a teacher to say that, oh, I do PBL. And meanwhile, all the teacher is doing is just a project in the subject matter that he or she teaches. Well, I think I'm privileged to have been a part of ASOL school. If you do a Google search for the first PBL school in Nigeria. The school that will pop up is this school, right? And that was really just about my first interaction with project-based learning. So as a teacher for many years, I was very perfect with IBL, right? Inquiry-based learning, right? You may have heard about that also. That was my favorite way of teaching, right? Inquiry-based learning. I was so good at it, right? Until I met PBL. And today, I wouldn't say I've abandoned IBL, right? I do more of PBL today. I do all PBL, right? But I've just found a way to sort of quickly switch, maybe add, ingredients of IBL here and there into PBL, and which gives me, of course, better outcome. But I can beat my chest to say that PBL is the way to go, right? Do your research, do your findings. Every good school in developed countries outside Nigeria, right? They are either incorporating it or they have been incorporating project-based learning. It is the way to go for the 21st century education, right? Project-based learning, right? Somehow the world is shifting to having to train students on how to actually solve real-world problems, not just to solve those abstract 1+1 kind of questions. What's the name? Right? We're getting kids even from their young age, right, to start attempting to not just identify a problem, but solve that problem in any capacity that they can. Right? Your solution to a problem, it doesn't have to be a solution that 10 million people or 20 million people in Nigeria have to be using. No. Right? It can be a solution that even just your classroom is using, or the school admin is using. Right? One of the big questions we worked on at some point for the many project-based learning blocks that I've done was, how do we reduce the number of papers, right, that was being used by the admin block, right? Because the student discovered a problem, all right? And in the student's opinion, almost every class, come break time, there's always some trash of paper there somewhere, somehow. And then maybe when the real time arises, when you actually need paper, you don't find those paper. And that coincidentally was the time where the cost of A4 was, steadily rising, right? And the student decided to start thinking, so how can we minimize this? Are there things we can be doing without paper that we are not doing yet? Can we introduce some things, right? Coincidentally, also came around the time where we did this International Paper Day, I think it's called, right? This school paper day, it was called then, where you do a whole school day. Some schools even extend it to a whole week, where no one is going to use paper, right? Your students are not coming with books to school. There's no paper at all. Was it 3 days? I think it was one of those days anyway that was celebrated internationally, right? And so that altogether made the experience, more personal for the students. So that's project-based learning, right? In a nutshell, right? You work collaboratively to solve complex problems, right? You answer challenging questions, and those challenging questions usually lead you to a deeper understanding, both for you as a teacher and both for the student. Right? It was only until I started doing project-based learning that I understood that some things that you would not think that students can actually achieve, they can. So when I tell you categorically that those students, wherever they are, even if they are in the remotest part of the world, they can actually start making money. They can start doing things that are tangible, meaningful for their life at those places. I think I have an idea of what I'm saying when I say that. Right? Okay, so let me just talk about how STEM and PBL, how they connect. Remember that in STEM also talks about not taking individual subjects as the subject, but finding connections, right, with all of these different subject areas, right? And you're doing that because the outcome of STEM is to make the world a better place, really, right? To provide solutions to problems, right? Same thing for project-based learning, providing solutions to problems, identifying challenging, complex questions and providing solutions to them in any capacity that you can. Your solution may not be the one that Tinubu would put a stamp on and approve, no. But in your little space, in your little corner, you are providing solution, helping to make the world a better place. Those are the kind of ways you want to raise these kids, so that by the time they grow up, they already have that mentality that we can do the little things that we can and start making those positive changes. Right? In PBL in STEM education, enhances students' engagement, cultivates critical thinking, and prepares students for future careers. It fosters lifelong learning and adaptability, essential skills for success in a rapidly changing world. Now, in a rapidly changing world, because since we don't know what the future of work will be, we don't know what the future of work will be, right? But there's something that we know, that whatever that future turns out to be, right? Whatever that future turns out to be, there are these things that you cannot do without, right? If a child already understands how to, identify a problem and solve them, right? When that future of work changes for them, where maybe in the future there are no more teachers, all we have is AI systems that are training and teaching people, or robots that are training and teaching people, how would our kids fare? Right? They will fare in that future if they know how to identify a problem and how to actually solve them. Right? Now, I said earlier that it is easy to confuse project-based learning and project together. So let's look at the difference, right? Let's look at the difference between doing a project, right, in class and doing project-based learning. Now, in these differences that I'm going to share, you can, or in these things I'm going to highlight, you will begin to see, to tell which one you have been doing. Have you been doing project, or have you been doing project-based learning? The first thing about doing project is, a project is usually an add-on to traditional instruction. So, I'm teaching addition in mathematics, right? And then I'm telling the kids, okay, let's do a project, get matchsticks and matchbox, bring them to school, and then you're aligning the matchsticks to make different art with matchsticks, addition problems, and all of that, right? That's an add-on, right? So I'm teaching skeleton, and I ask my student to make their own 3D model of a skeleton, right? That's an add-on. It is usually an addition, either at the end of a term. Now, so what most schools have sort of modeled now is, in every term, your students, have to come up with a project in every subject. Right? That's what I've seen some schools, or maybe let me not say most schools, I've seen a lot of schools do. Right, so they have a project in math, in English, in even if it is as little as a show and tell, right? But every term the students have to come up with a project, right? That is not project-based learning, because that's an add-on. It's an add-on at the end of the learning exercise, at the end of the term. Some teachers have add-ons during the class or during that topic. There are some topics like volcanoes that teachers are usually very excited about, right? And that differs a lot from what project-based learning is. The second thing is that for you to tell that you are doing a project, it is usually directed by the teacher. It is usually directed by, so the teacher tells you what to make. A lot of times, even tells you how to make it. That's a project. That's not PBL. As wonderful and as beautiful as that is, that doesn't cut the mark of what PBL is. I can see some hands raised. Let me run through this. I'll come back to take questions. I know that this will raise a lot of questions. People want to know, okay, so if I'm doing this or that, does that mean I'm doing PBL or not? Just allow me finish this and contrast it with project-based learning, and I'll be glad to take your questions, right? It is focused on the product. So at the end, I want to have students submit that wonderful volcano, that wonderful, picture case that they've made. I want to have students submit that beautiful logo design that they've done, right? I want to have them submit that code that they've worked on. I want to have them submit, all of these things, as wonderful and as beautiful as they are, right? They are always focused on the product. So you have teachers who grade them by how good, how neat their products are, which again, I'm saying is not a bad thing, but that's not project-based learning, right? What you are still doing at best is a project. Let's look at the next one. You want to tell if you are doing project or project-based learning. So projects sometimes happens to sometimes be, it sometimes gears or wanders away from standards, right? So in a term, you are doing electricity with your students, you are doing all of these things, but you can give them a project that has to do maybe in science. You can tell them, okay, make a project, make a miniature, habitat, right? Even though that wasn't part of what you covered in science for that was the name. Yes, that teaches them motor skills, helps them to refine their motor skills to think, maybe if they're doing it as a group, think collaboratively and all of that. But that is still not project-based learning. Let's look at another one. Now, for projects, usually you can complete it by yourself at home with the help of a parent and all of that. Usually that's what happens. Sometimes you can even complete your project in school, right? You can do it as a class project, right? And that's project-based learning. I remember that there was a time where I had made this, what was the name? We're doing fossils, right? So I had made this using POP, right? I had students come with dinosaur miniatures, right? Toy dinosaurs and all of that, as much as they could get. So I then use Play-Doh to sort of press in to make that, what do you call it now? It's not an inscription. I don't think that's the word, but I believe you should get what I'm saying, right? So because Play-Doh can adjust to the shape, so when I press it, it then becomes sort of like a cast, right? So I press that sample, I impress it on the Play-Doh, right?
Hello, that is embossment. Embossment.
Embossment. Thank you. Yeah, that's a better word, right? And then now that I now have that embossed Play-Doh, right, that has all of the structure, I then take POP and then I pour it. So the Play-Doh acts like a cast. And then when it is dried, right, you now have sort of like a dinosaur mold, right, a dinosaur structure, right? Then we took that dinosaur structure when the students were no longer around, and then I had to go and dig what's the name, and then bury them under the ground, right, till the next week, right? And then I had my students come in and become archaeologists, right? So let's experience what every archaeologist go through, right? So I gave them those scenarios that they needed to help them. So we've mapped out this area. Our satellite image tells us that this area is where you will most likely find dinosaur fossils and dinosaur bones. And over the course of like 3 days, I had them digging and excavating, right? You dig too fast, you break POP isn't that strong, right? And when you break those things, it's hard for you to tell which part it is, right? And eventually you are piecing everything together to give you a full, dinosaur. As beautiful as that was still a project. It was completed by the whole class, but it was still a project. Whatever thing that you have done as a project, whatever remains, sometimes since schools give it back to students, they can take it home during the holiday at the end of what's the name, but it's still a project. Some schools may keep what they consider the best to showcase, right? But other we'll just, have you take it home, right? I remember it was the time we did rocks. It was in year 8, right? So they collected samples. So they had to collect different kind of rocks, right? So Igneous rock and all of those things. And then they made like a museum for it in their classroom, right? And they labeled all of those things and put them. It was a wonderful wasn't. But at best, those were still projects. Now, what then is project-based learning? What then is project-based learning? If all of these wonderful things, as wonderful as and exciting as they are still projects, then what is project-based learning? Now, let's contrast the first one. Project-based learning is not an add-on, right? The project is the unit itself. The project you are working on is the unit, is what you are teaching, right? It is not something you do at the end or alongside, right? The project is what you are teaching. Very importantly, it has to be driven by the student's inquiry. And this is where the amazement, and you'll be amazed when this begins to happen, how that a problem that you've identified and you've all agreed to work on, right? Later on, I'll balance this because sometimes the big ideas that they may come up with may be too large, right? And when you consider certain constraints, you may want to help them sort of, carve it in a bit, right? But it becomes very amazing when you then begin to see how that the student just, begin to be driven in different directions by inquiry. This question is popping up here, this question is popping up here, and all of that, right? So it is not driven by the teacher predominantly. It is driven by the student, right? So let go of that ego that says that I want to, I'm the master of the class. Yes, I know that you are the master of the class, you're guiding the class, but when it comes to project-based learning, it is almost like you are taking, the passenger side and allowing the students steer the car a bit with your direction. Not you no longer holding the steering and teaching them that this is how you go left, this is how you go right, right? Allow them hold the steering, you are beside them and you are telling them, and as they are turning left and turning right, they are experiencing it. Now, as opposed to being focused on the product, project-based learning focuses on the process. And that's why I said that you are solving real-world problems in any capacity that you can. But your product doesn't have to be the one that the entire world will come to a halt to give you an applaud for. No. It is the process that takes you to the product that project-based learning emphasizes for every student. And maybe this is one of the reasons why there is no school really that has any excuse on, why they are not practicing project-based learning. The process is the focus. The process is the focus. Now, it aligns with academic standards and success skills, right? It aligns with your academic standards and success skills. And of course, it involves collaboration with students and in-class guidance from teachers, right? In-class guidance from teachers, right? The students will collaborate a whole lot, right? And in-class guidance from teachers. And of course, very importantly is the real-world context and application. The real-world context and application. The real-world context and application, because it is that real-world context and application that then allows your project to not just be hung on the side in your classroom, or at best your school has a display board and you put it on that display board. No, right? It is a real-world context and application that then takes your project to be shared beyond the classroom. Your project then has a public audience, right? Your project then has a public audience, right? In year 7, I've had students who built a, I don't know, some of us may remember there was the time where bullying was a bit rampant. This was like 2-3 years ago, I guess, when there was an issue with Sylvester Morumi, right? There was a boy that was bullied, allegedly bullied and all of that. And then just around that period also, there was a video that went viral from, I think, South Africa. It was one African was named where a girl committed suicide because she was bullied and things like that, right? Coincidentally, right, I even, thankfully, I have that, the PBL planner that I use, right? I'll be showing it to you, right? Around that period, we were working on, we're doing something around cyberbullying, right? And then the products that the student had was a mobile application, right, that could help students their age, teenagers, report cases of cyberbullying. Now, let me break that down, because maybe when I said a mobile application, we were thinking something extreme, right? Now, a mobile application can even be as simple as an application that can help people submit a form, right? It doesn't have to be WhatsApp. It doesn't have to be Call of Duty for some teachers that play games, right? It doesn't have to be Zoom application, right? It doesn't have to be complex, right? All we were looking for, as a matter of fact, it didn't have to even be a mobile application, right? Why were they doing mobile application? Coincidentally, in their STEAM club, they were doing something related to that, right? They had a club, like, right, where they do robotics and coding and all of that. So we just found a way to collaborate with that teacher to sort of, instead of teaching them this abstractly, let's bring it, let's help make this our project make sense for them, right? It could have been a Google form, right? A form that you can publicize that, okay, if you are a student between these ages, you're having any issues of bullying, there's no one to talk to, you don't feel comfortable with your teachers, right? Register this, let's know, right? And then two things that will be done is you get assigned to a counselor, and as at that time, the NPF, the Nigerian Police Force, they had the cybercrime website, right? So the goal was to take every of those things that were logged, cyberbullying website, and then log it on the page. But as at that time, for some reason, it wasn't working, right? Even though we tried it ourselves, maybe they were still working on the website. I think it launched newly around that period, right? And fast forward from that time, when they were done, they pitched it, they got funding for it and all of that. Now, I'm not talking about university students, I'm talking about students in secondary school. This was year 7, was it year 7 or year 8, that they did that project-based learning block. And this shows you what is achievable, right? What is achievable when you do project-based learning. So these students are now, they're no longer in that category of people that are just taking in ed knowledge. No, they're already solving problems that are affecting the community. Imagine if we had done that block earlier, and imagine if that girl or Sylvester or Morumi had access to a tool like that, right? That may have been a game changer. And so in their little space, they are changing the world in the capacity that they can. Okay, so just before I go to the next, so I'll show you the video. I'll show you a video now, almost wrapping up. But I believe that there may be some concerns as to project-based learning. Some hands are up, and I think it's time for us to okay, so Mr. Tubosu, your hand is up. Please go ahead while I'm quickly reading through the questions that are here. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Before you leave that project-based learning, there is this one that you have not added, which I expected you to have had. I think project-based learning encourages students centered, learner-centered. Unlike doing a project is concerned about teacher student centered, but project-based learning is only student centered. So I think that one should be added. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Huge thumbs up from here. Thank you so much, sir, for that. Miss Martha, please go ahead and unmute your mic and let's hear you.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Solomon. Well done. Thank you so much for your time. I just want to add that there are some comments in the chat box. So I believe that you must have skipped them, which is in line with what you have just discussed. Thank you.
Okay. I believe those comments, the person making annotation should stop it. Please stop making annotations on our work. STEM is a real deal. Learning as a science HR. Please, doctor, can you
Comments
explain?
are on what the project-based learning.
Okay. Please, if I've missed anyone, if you can help me post it again, right? I'm also doing that on my end, but I'm yet to. What I can see are comments on attendance. Student-centeredness is part of the point. Let me just scroll up, right? So if you had that question before, please, if you can help me either post it again, that would really, really, really help. Right? And if you want to unmute your mic, if you want to raise your hand, you want to ask in person, that's also fine. All right. Antonia, pardon me, I'm not sure if it's a Miss. Okay, that Antonia, that's a female name. All right.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening, ma.
Thank you so much. I'm really, really impressed, but I seriously have concerns as to the project-based learning.
Okay, ma.
Because there's so many factors that we need to look at. Now, start off with the example you gave of because I'm kind of confused when we say project-based learning, and then we're identifying one challenge, and then we're tackling it. Is that the aim of the project-based learning? Because if we say that it's student-driven and then it's centered around academics, we know that in a particular term, for instance, every subject would definitely have their objectives and all. I know sometimes in education, you are being graded based on your student performance. So I'm just wondering, if I'm to do project-based learning, how do I apply it to a term where I have 13 topics to look at for, say, one subject for math, let's say for junior school, for instance, in secondary school, where you have 17 subjects, and then in senior school, you have 9 subjects to cater for. So how do I inculcate this project-based learning in such a way that every of the subjects is going to be project-based? Or am I going to pick a theme, an idea that is born out of curiosity and then work with it? I think I need clarity on that, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, ma. I think at some point my presentation went off, but I did hear you. I'll try to answer your question, and please, if I missed anything, please do well to call my attention back again, and I'll go back to it. Okay, so if I understood you correctly, your concern is the fact that truly in an academic term, there are so many subjects that a child has to offer. And you take out one subject, for example, there are also several topics that the child has to offer. So your question is, does that mean that I have to do project-based learning for every subject? And if you contrast that with when we say that it is student-driven or student-centered, right? How do I make it work? Okay, so for the first part, if you can do project-based learning for all the subjects, please, by all means, do project-based learning for all the subjects, right? But this is really, in practice, this is what you want to do. Just like STEM, right? There are connections between certain subjects, right? For example, the child is doing basic science. If basic science, mathematics. I may not know which subjects are offered, but maybe technical drawing, I guess. Or maybe at the junior level, that will be under basic science and technology, maybe under the technology arm. So you have basic science and technology, mathematics, and computer studies at the least, right? At the least, not many schools do engineering, right? At the least, you have those three things to work with, right? And so this is how we approach that problem. As a teacher, I can walk up to the math, as a science teacher, I can walk up to the math teacher and say, okay, Mr. Math, what are you teaching the students this term? What does your scheme cover, right? And so it's giving me all of the subjects, maybe eight topics rather, maybe 8 factoring in midterm break or 9 or whatever the case may be, right? And so what I can do is, out of that 8, 9 topics, I can isolate, from experience, I can isolate either 1 or 2 topics or 3 topics or 4 topics, right? If all of the topics apply, by all means, use all topics. I can isolate 1, 2, 3, or 4 topics and do the same thing for that math, right? And do the same thing for the computing teacher. What are you teaching the student this term? And then it gives you all of the topics, and then you can isolate 1 or 2, right? It's not compulsory that it has to be every topic, right? And at the least, as a matter of fact, you can run a project-based learning unit with just 1 subject, right? If it's science, you can run a full project-based learning with just 1 subject, with just science, right? You will soon see when I share that curriculum, right? We'll delve into the curriculum tomorrow. We'll break it down, right? So you can run it with just 1 subject, right? So if you find that, oh, there's a particular term where the concepts that each teacher wants to teach are too disjointed, you can't make sense of them, right? But at least you can make sense of the one that's in your field, right? You can stay with that and pick 2 or 3 topics from that term and use that. So I'm taking 1 topic from math, taking 1 topic from computer, and merging it with the topic that I have. Now I'm thinking that with the knowledge of these 3 topics, with the knowledge, so for everyone concerned about the attendance, please, I think now is it, you can begin to do that now. With the knowledge of these topics, in practice, I'm thinking, what can I possibly, be able to solve that is impacting my life now? Now, I'm saying this to you as a teacher, right? But in the ideal case, of course, you should ideally even brainstorm so that for adventure, because you're introducing it new to your students, they may be, caught off guard, right? So you can give them certain suggestions. And the suggestions you are giving to them now is what I called the guide, right? You as a teacher guiding student inquiry, right? But you are allowing them that space to say, okay, you'll be doing this topic in math, you'll be doing this topic in computer. So if you know these 3 things, what problem do you can solve with the knowledge of what you'll be learning in these 3 topics in the different subject area? And then you begin to hear them come up with ideas on this. Oh, can we do this, right? This is a problem. I think if we're able to learn enough in these 3 things, we can, attempt to solve this and all of that, right? In some cases, the things that they are suggesting may be far-fetched, and then you step in as a teacher, you can help them, like I said, you can carve it in, you can bring them together, right? Such that in the worst case scenario, they are either agreeing on that problem that seems mostly agreed maybe by the entire class, or if they are unable to come up with something, they can then see reasons with you, with those ones you've brainstormed, and you are giving them those suggestions. How about this, right? Those are ways that you can use to solve Sorry, I think at some point my presentation went off. So allow me quickly put that on back again. Okay. So those are ways that you can use to quickly solve the problem that you mentioned, man. So it's not the daunting many subjects that they have to offer, right? And it's not the daunting many topics in each of these subjects that they have to do, right? If you had your way, if they can do it in all subjects, perfect. But if they cannot, right, start with those ones that you can first, and then just gradually move up the ladder. I hope that answered your question. If it did not, maybe I'd missed some part of it. Please, by all means, now is the time to call my attention to it. Mr. Salami Yusuf, you have your hands up. Okay, for the person who said it's blur, I think you should be back now. You should see my presenting screen now. My presented screen, I mean. Mr. Salami Yusuf, thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Thank you. I must commend the delivery, the presentation, the eloquence, and all you've put together for this session this evening. I so much commend your efforts and the organizers as well. Yes, I think one thing I want to call attention to, or my observation from what you said. From the beginning, you try to make a difference between IBL and PBL. Yes, and I observed that in one of the types of IBL, it's very synonymous to PBL, very synonymous, if not the same, which is the open inquiry, very synonymous. Even you've actually exuded that, where you were trying to answer the question of the last questionnaire. You exuded that, which I noticed also. So my own short submission is for any teacher who is thinking in that direction of PBL, you must be wary of one thing first. And what is that thing? What is the philosophy of the school in which you found yourself? If you can't wrap your head around that, there'll be a problem. As good as PBL is, if you can't wrap your head around what is the philosophy of the school in which I found myself, I think there might be no way forward for such a teacher. And perhaps the suggestion you've given, perhaps picking a particular topic and exploring PBL orientation or philosophy in that regard, I think I will help that teacher. So this is my short submission, Mr. Solomon. Thank you very much for the opportunity given.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I completely agree with you. For me, it was quite an easy switch, right? Moving from IBL to PBL, right? Truly, what you said is very apt, right? There's a lot of similarities. I mean, you won't have too much of issues transitioning if you've been using IBL for a while. You won't have a lot of issues transitioning to PBL. So thank you so much for that. Very importantly, please factor in your school's philosophy. I mean, if you have your way and you can sort of convince them to have that that change, that switch in ideology and culture, push for it. But if not, try as much as possible. If you can even do small mini PBL just to show them, all of the goods and that can come out of it, right? And I'm keeping my fingers crossed that would help you both professionally and also help the school to get a better face, right? I know that there was a time that there was a project that I had to do where my student had to write letters to the governor and all of that. Well, sometimes you actually truly need to teach your students to fail, right? Even though they didn't succeed in that, they succeeded in some other thing. I think they met with Mr. Nigeria, right? Mr. Nigeria actually funded them at some point and all of that, and so on and so forth. So I have so many testimonies that I've recorded using PBL, right? Okay, so I'll show you a video now, and I hope that the video excites you, because so when I'm done with the video, it was a summer school program at ASOL school. I'll show you the video, and then I'm interested in, I'll ask you a question after the video. Just is a simple question, right? I want you to listen carefully to what the kids did and then how they went about it. Just pay close attention to how they went about what they did and the results that they got. So let me put that video up now. So I have to switch my mic so that you can hear.
Testing the conductivity level in all sorts of liquids. Hello, my name is Anna Vitalis. During the ASOL School Summer Coding and Robotics program, we learned how to make a simple device similar to the commercial EC sensor. Now, an EC sensor means electrical conductivity sensor. We did this as part of an environmental survey. We broke into groups and collected water from different areas. For example, this water sample from Obudu. And we tested them if it's good or safe enough for people drinking it in different areas.
Okay, I hope that was clear enough for us to hear. Please let me know if you didn't quite get it and you wish that I play that again. Please let me know. I think it's just about a minute. I think we can spare that. But because the inspiration and all of that was shared, I believe that, can. No, it wasn't clear. Please replay. Okay, so I would do that again now. I'm going to play that again now. Just one more time.
Testing the conductivity level in all sorts of liquids. Hello, my name is Anna Vitalis. During the ASOL School Summer Coding and Robotics program, we learned how to make a simple device similar to the commercial EC sensor. Now, an EC sensor means electrical conductivity sensor. We did this as part of an environmental survey. We broke into groups and collected water from different areas. For example, this water sample from Obudu. And we tested them if it's good or safe enough for people drinking it in different areas.
Okay, all right. I believe it's better now. So let me do a quick recap. So that video was recorded, was one of the project-based learning that the student took on. And the goal of that project was to actually see, right, how clean, right, the water that, that our present community was drinking, how clean the water is. And we had two options, right? We had an option to buy an EC sensor. So an EC sensor is basically an electrical conductivity sensor. But instead of buying, we just decided to build ours, right? It was a simple project. It wasn't completely new, right? I had seen something like that being done. All we just did was just to innovate on that, make a few changes, for example, materials and all of that, and we're able to pull it off. So the student had different tasks, collected water sample from different areas, right? Water sample from different areas, and they tested out all of these water, samples. And we then started having interesting questions that then had to take us to issues on fizzy drinks like Fanta and Sprite and all of that. And then students were quite inquisitive to know. So if this is conducting electricity, is it good for drinking? Is it good for consumption and all of that? And they began to compare that with the conductivity you get with clean water or tap water, or even water from the seaway dispenser and all of that. It was an exciting block at the end of that 1 month period. Again, emphasis on the length is not the 3 months, right, for a normal school. So you can even do a PBL in 3 weeks, right? So we achieved that in less than a month. Another emphasis I want to make is, so can you please just leave a comment on how old you think the presenter was, right? How old do you think it was? What class and how old, right? Let's see if you, okay, so someone says year 8, Martha says year 8, year 8, right? Someone says 5, how old? 9, 10, year 7, okay. Well, that student, right, was about 10 years, right? And it was just in year 7, right? It was in year 7 when they did that, right? It was in year 7 when they did that. So this is not something that is, too big to achieve, really, right? I mean, if you have students in year 11, 12, right? SS1, SS2, SS3, you even have better chance because you struggle less with understanding. I mean, they are more mature, right? And they can even achieve a bit much more. You can, drive them a bit much more than you would drive a year 7 or a 10-year-old, right? And so that was just to show you the possibility. But I'll show you another video again that also will help you understand the possibility, even this time around, even with a much younger class, right? And if you notice that if these students can do this, there's really no excuse as to what I can achieve in the secondary school setting. I mean, my big goal that I have now, right? I have a few students that I'm putting together is to at least make a moving device. Maybe it's a motorcycle, or what's the name, right? I know that this school beat me to it, right? There's a polytechnic that just launched their motorcycle. I can't remember. It was on the news some days or a week ago or so now, right? I was really hoping that I can get, secondary school students to do that, right? I don't think any secondary school has done that yet, but it's a goal that I'm hoping I can, I can see to a completion, right? It may not be in 1 year, but I'm still thinking around and just teaching and doing all of that as a teacher, right? Oh, someone says there is. Oh, interesting. Please share with me. I would love to see what they've done, right? So if there's possibility to improve, right, I'll be so glad. I'll be so glad to, right?
Hello?
Thank you.
Hello, Mr.
So
Solomon.
let's see. Pardon me.
Hello, Mr. Solomon.
Yes, please.
Yes, this is Mr. Salami Yusuf. Yes, I think there is a school at Shagamu. I think it was late last year. I watched a television on a program where they were displaying a robotic project like that. They developed a robot that was moving. A secondary school. Yes, I'm very sure
Okay,
about this. At
Shagamu.
Shagamu. At Shagamu,
Okay.
yes. They called the name of the robot Shagat something. So they tried to funkify it and call it. I don't know if anybody can relate with that, but I think I watched that on TV just late last year.
I want to write it down because I think after this class, I want to go and see what they've done, right?
Yes,
It's always
it's on
inspiring to
robotics.
see what
It's
Federal
on
Government
robotics.
College also.
It's
Okay.
on robotics.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Thank you for that information. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
See why books are very handy. I'll definitely check that out. Humanoid and humanoid also. Okay. So let's see. Let's see what it takes. Now, this is the final lap, right? Let's see what it takes to make a solid PBL. Now, we're going to need this for tomorrow, right? Because tomorrow, we're going to look at the curriculum and we're going to try out, we're going to see what a PBL plan looks like. So someone was asking just now, asking about how do I put all of them together, seeing there are many subjects and all of that. So when you meet all of these teachers and they tell you what they are doing, how do you all come up with a plan, right? How do you all come up with a plan to achieve that PBL block? So I'll do that. We'll go through all of these standards that every PBL plan should meet, right? They are very essentials. They are very essential. There are some scholars that will tell you that there are 8. Some will tell you that what the essence of them all are one and the same, right? So the very first thing that every PBL plan should have should be a challenging problem, right? It should be challenging. It should be meaningful, right? And I think that when we say challenging and meaningful, it may sit with several people differently, right? But please, I've been emphasizing for a while, what is meaningful to you if you are teaching in a school, for example, in Shagamu, may not be what will be meaningful for me teaching in a school in Abuja, right? Because our realities are different, right? Our realities are different, right? So if you can have the SDGs as the foundation, right? Personally, I like to pick problems that somehow relate to the SDGs because it's a globally accepted what's the name goal, right? So it's easy, particularly if you are striving for your student to have global relevance or your school to have global relevance, right? A school will gain better recognition if you are meeting a goal if you are meeting a goal of the SDGs. It's easy for you to push your school out in that light than something else. It doesn't mean other things that you do within your local community is wrong or not good enough, right? It just depends on what you are going at, your vision and all of that, right? I mean, there are so many projects that we've done that are not in line with SDGs or don't meet, SDGs particularly, right? But I'm just saying that if I had my way, I would normally push for the SDGs, right? Because really the SDGs is quite powerful. I think the present one we are working on is ending world hunger, right? We're doing that with the year 7 students also, the year 7 class for world hunger. And but let's see. So I went that way to say that what is meaningful to you sometimes may not be meaningful to someone else. So don't think that you are not doing anything, right? In the little way that you can, right? As long as it has relevance in your community, as long as it has relevance in your school, your class, then by all means, please push for it. But make sure it's a challenging problem or question. It has to be a challenging problem or question, something that will get the students, get the people, get the children to the kids, the teenagers, to, you know, go that extra mile. Now, after you're done picking that challenging question, right, there has to be sustained inquiry, right? There has to be sustained inquiry, because if you are doing it for a period of 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, right, you don't want something that they've done for 2 weeks and then, you know, they're already at the end, right? So everyone is okay, right? There has to be sustained inquiry. Usually, if your question is challenging enough, it won't be difficult for you to have sustained inquiry, because question will just keep popping up at every junction, right? You're going to get questions, things that, you know, and it then becomes easy for you to split responsibility within the class group if you are grouping them, right? If it's your entire class, you can split responsibility to individuals, right? Another thing that your PBL should have, every good PBL should have, is authenticity, right? And authenticity is just simply relating it to real world problems. Very important, right? It has to be authentic, right? The task, the tools, the quality standards, you know, everything has to be authentic, right? It has to speak to personal concern, right? Interest, issues in the students' life, or, you know, their community or something, right? Again, you see that constant emphasis on community, constant emphasis on people, constant emphasis on real world problems. Don't just let them learn these things in abstract and then you've taught them titration, right? So what problem can they solve with that? You've taught them simple interest, right? When are the students going to host what do you call these things? These sales that they normally do. I can't remember the name now, right? When are they going to host those things and put those knowledge? When are they going to put those knowledge to practice? Right? Something we did in year 8 at one point, right? It's a far goal, but it's something that I think is nice to share now. You can try it if you want to, is having students intern. Right? Now I'm choosing these lower classes because I am hoping that this helps you see that it is achievable. I'm not just speaking to people that are teaching SS3 or SS2, but even in these lower classes, it's achievable. We had them intern. How did we get that to work? Just speak to your parents. There are some parents that may own companies, workplaces, marketplaces, even if it's a market, right? You have a parent who sells something, who sells in the market or something, have them intern. Even if you're not going to intern for the entire day, 1 hour, 2 hours, our students are coming, they want to see how you do this thing. It gives them real world experience, right? And it's all about planning, right? Write letters, consent letters to the parents that this is what we're planning to do. It doesn't have to be compulsory, right? If you are interested in it, please give your consent. Take them to the markets, they will learn all of this. And even in the rural areas, you'll be amazed that some of these students already have all of these experiences, right? Ask your student one day, if you have people that sell and all of them, maybe 1 or 2 people that sell, ask them that, can they organize a sales in school? Let them bring those materials, those things that they sell. And you'll be amazed. So it has to be authentic, right? Another thing you cannot do without is the student voice. The student voice, right? Their voice and their choice is very important, right? Their voice and their choice is very important. Let them make decisions about their project, right? Let them make decisions about their project. Don't be the one dictating all of the do's and don'ts. Let them have a say, right? The best you can do, which is difficult for some trade fairs. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. Thank you. The best you can do. I know that for some teachers, traditional teachers, it may be difficult to just, let your class be and let them direct themselves and just be a guide. Right? It's very difficult, right? Particularly if you yourself, you were not trained that way. You were trained the authoritative way. Your teacher is the final say. Let students have that free will to some extent on how they want to achieve their project, how they want to go about their project. right? Make all of these tangible, suggestions to them, right? Make all of these tangible suggestions to them. Again, at the beginning, they may not seem to, be grasping it, but you are opening that pathway in their brain, right, to see what's possible, right? You do it for the first term or half a term, and then you are doing it again. You see that now they are getting used to it, and then ideas begin to fly, right? Brainstorming sessions for us is always amazing, right? I mean, because the teachers have to go back and now decide, okay, which one can we really do? Seeing all of the different things, activities we have for the term planned out. Because students are used to it, they are bringing ideas, as in ideas that you would even be thinking that how is this coming from teenagers, right? So the student voice is very, very, very important. It's very important. And then, so that's 4. Let's add another to it. Reflection. Students and teachers reflect on the learning, right? You can't take this out of a PBL plan. Right? There has to be that part where students are able to reflect on what they have done, right? Let me look at what I've done. Could I have done it better? Right? I dare say that during PBL sessions like this, if you are working in groups, you would also have to find a way to appeal to students' emotional intelligence or social skills, right? Because some students, may not understand empathy yet. They may be put in a group where they don't like the way, the person in their group works, right? I've had one issue that will constantly come up is you have a group where someone is willing to work or 2 people are willing to work, but the third person, is not that he's not willing to work, but maybe when he gets home, he's always engaged. Maybe he has to go to the market right after. He has to do this or that. And those ones feel like, oh, it's not fair because we are doing the entire work. Right? There are many solutions you can use to work around that, right? So also be ready to, attend to all of these things and help them understand empathy, right? That the family dynamics are different, right? Help them understand empathy, right? He may not be able to do everything he wants to do, but he will definitely be able, if you are honest with yourself and honest with your group, there are places where he can fit. There are things that he can do, right? Okay, so reflection, the effectiveness of the project, the quality of student work, obstacles and strategies in overcoming them. Those obstacles that they meet and how they overcame them is something that you cannot trade for anything. That's a skill that would, turn their life around, right? Obstacles and how they overcome them, right? It helps them build up that capacity, right? Critique and revisions, right? Students give and receive critiques, and apply those feedback to improve their process. Now, at every point in time, every week or depending on how often you meet, what's planned out in your words, and there will usually be milestones that you want to achieve. And at every of those milestones, you want to critique, okay, and say, okay, this is what you've done. Can you do this better? This person is not working. This group is not working as well as this other group. I think you can adjust this to make it better and revise. And sometimes if you get to those points, you may want to reconsider the goal and say, okay, are you sure with the time frame we have, we can still meet this goal, or should we just go this other direction instead, and make things work, improve their process at the product. And then lastly, is students make their product work public. Now, if you are having a PPL project, and you take this out, you have not done a PPL project, you have just done a project at best. Excuse me, right? There has to be that part where they make their project public. Now, making your project public can be as simple as, it can be as simple as presenting to other classes. It can be as simple as hosting a parent conference. Thankfully, things are a bit easy today, right? If the parents can join online, perfect. If they cannot, pick a day, you can invite some of the parents to school, right? If your parents are in the rural areas where they don't have all of these times, all of these things, right? They definitely are maybe companies, right? Just have them present to faces or people or locations that they are not usually conversant with or familiar with or easy with, right? Depending on the product, there's nothing even stopping you from taking your student to a cyber cafe and having them make their presentation to the owner of the cyber cafe for rural areas. So you don't have to look for the big Tesco or the mobile headquarters or MTN headquarters to go and make your presentation. No, right? It is from those little meetups, those little things that the student now begin to build those self-confidence and say, okay, truly, the world is really is really, you know, small, and I can take advantage of it. Right? All it takes is just informing the person on the other end earlier and then planning, okay, my students are coming in, give us 20 minutes or 30 minutes, we are done. Right? I've had students pitch, go to another school to go and pitch this nose mask. There was this Ankara nose mask that they made, right? And they had lots of reasons to go with the Ankara nose mask, right? Because one of the questions that kept coming up for them was, is this more effective than the, you know, the regular nose mask and all of that? And they will give you their reasons, right? And they did this in another school. They did it for a lower class. And so please, there has to be that public product. There has to be that public product. And that's pretty much all of the gold standards. That's all of these things make your PBL the best, right? They make your PBL, if anything is missing, then your PBL is short of some things, right? It's short of something, and you're going to need, you can't consider that PBL project plan as a solid one. It's going to fall out or fail at some point, right? So I'm going to move to the second video now. Now, this video, let me give you an heads up, is a bit lengthy. It's more lengthy, but there are some things that I need you to pay attention to. So this is from a school outside the country. There are some things that I need you to pay attention to while you watch this video. Right? I want you to take notice of the, oh, no, we're almost this. So once we are done with this video, all that's left is just a summary of everything we've talked about so that we know what we are coming to do tomorrow. I'll share my socials, and if there are any questions, we'll just take questions, and then we are done with today's presentation. So take note of the age group, right? Take note of the subject. So we had a question about how do you pick the subject. Take note of the subjects that they picked, the topics particularly. Take note of the student interest. Take note of the products, right? Take note of the product, the final product that the students came up with. Take note of how the teacher managed the situation when they were presenting their product, right? And so let's get right into it. So I'll just enable you so you can hear the audio clearly now.
For this project, you are going to design a home. You're going to plan a home. You're going to build a home. This project, the tiny house project, is where students are designing tiny houses. Remember, when you're going to build this, we have to think about who's living in the house. There was a boom in tiny homes, just the idea of living in one, just because in the city, the population is growing and there's more people, less room. And maybe a tiny house is more cost efficient, more green. Would you like to have your own room? Would you like to have your own space? Okay. The driving question was, how can we, as a design team, design a house for clients, taking into consideration budget and location and personal preferences? Build homes. The entry event was Minecraft. So they used Minecraft to build just a house that they would build for their family.
This is inside the house. This is where, like, the sofa, and over here is where I sleep.
They're able to use their creativity. They're able to just be free and just to build without anybody giving them parameters. Back to our project and this driving question. What do we need to know to answer this question?
Like, say they have family that's gonna come live with them. They have to think about that. Like, have a guest room.
The Minecraft building sparked like, how many rooms do we build? And so they came up with their need to knows. Any other need to knows you'd like to add?
You have to imagine how much it costs.
Well, we have to know like how many kids there are or how big the family is. And are those questions that you think you should ask the client? And they're like, yeah. And so we come back to the driving question. We came back to the need to knows. And we came back to their entry event just so that they can get some questions that are appropriate for their project to their clients.
What is the minimum square footage you want?
400 feet.
You want a second story?
Yes, second story would be good.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that'd be cool.
I think it's important for them to know that there's a real client because it gives the project more authenticity.
Would you like to have a garden outside your house?
Yes.
When they form a relationship with the client, then they start to care about what the client thinks.
This is the final product. This is what the construction documents look like, but not too different from that concept drawing, right? We have the bedrooms up here, master bedroom in the corner.
So I asked an expert to come and present to the students, and he was actually a structural engineer.
You can see elevations. Just kind of look at what kind of information is on there. How do you tell a wall is a wall? You can see you put two lines parallel to one another.
And we talked about making blueprints and what does that look like, or having a layout.
Oh, look, it even has comments right here.
Tabs. These are called elevations.
I think they were really excited about seeing the blueprints because it was just real things that they can hold, they can touch, and they can see, and they know that engineers touched it and any engineers made this, and this is what we're going to do. All right, we're gonna move into our next rotation. On this side, we have front row and RAS kids for listening to reading and answering comprehension questions. So as we plan the project, we think about the standards that we're going to be using. In this project, we're using opinion writing or reading of informational text, and we integrate that into like a daily rotation of in English language arts. So this is an article from NASA, and it's called Tiny House Fun. If you have something you want to highlight, like you want to get back to, or a word that you really don't understand and you want to learn more about that, you can highlight some words. So on that day, I had a group and we were looking at informational reading. And then another group, they were listening to a book that had to do with houses. And then another group was working on vocabulary, and all the vocabulary is part of the project. And then another group was just doing their read to self, and that's just books that they're interested in, so they're practicing reading independently. Write your name at the top. For math rotations, we call it math with the teacher, math with technology, and math with the partner. The house size that your client wanted. And then I'm working with the group, and we're really looking at area and perimeter and the difference between area and perimeter. Okay, so can you tell me what the square units are here? Another activity that we did with math was the Cheez-Its math. When they looked at square footage, we said that each Cheez-Its was 1 square inch, and they used that kind of information to do square footage within a house. It was just kind of a connection for them. To help them refine their designs of their homes, students went through a feedback protocol.
I turned the bathtub from here to here because I know that you can't get through the toilet. There's the bathroom with the shower. Yeah.
They were paired up with another group and they presented their models, they presented their blueprints and their layout, and they talked about what was in the house and who their client was, just to get some feedback from their peers.
Our client is Miss Pena. Her age is 39. Her budget is $40,000.
Within the fishbowl protocol, what we did was, me and another teacher, we sat in front of a presenting group and everyone else looked around us, just like a fishbowl where they're not to talk, they're not to say anything, they're just really listening and seeing the interaction between the presenter and the guest.
I like how you do go into the living room, but maybe push the bedroom in the back. And then, so then that way she has more privacy and
The purpose of looking at that interaction between the audience and the presenter is so you can think about questions, you can think about behavior within the meeting, and so they can use that as a model for when they go back to their groups.
This is the laundry area, and then here's the pantry to store all the clothes. Right here, we have a little office.
We practice different ways to present to their clients. We talk about eye contact, we talk about confidence, we talk about postures, we talk about volume of your voice.
Hello, my name is America. Hello, my name is Christopher. And the title of our project is Tiny Houses. Our driving question of this project is, given a budget, how can we as a design team plan a home for a family?
The last day of this journey is for them to really present their work to their clients. And they were so excited.
Did you have a hard time building the house?
Kind of, yeah. We had to redo some of the walls so that they were the exact measurement. There's the master bedroom. The middle is the kitchen. Here's a room.
They shared their blueprints, they shared their layout, they shared their budget, and they shared their opinion paragraphs that they wrote so that they can try to persuade their client to purchase their home.
Okay, wow. If you followed all through, you would agree with me that that was quite an interesting one. I mean, each time I watch that video, I don't know, I'm always, impressed. I've seen the video a number of times, and it always has a way of getting to me every single time I see it, or videos like that, right? And if you paid attention, every of those 7 gold standards that we talked about were all present in that project, right? They were all present in that project that they did, right? Every of the 7, every single one of them, right? She talked about their final products, right? And they made it public at the end. She talked about how authentic it was and all of that. They talked about their challenging questions. That's the big question, the driving question for them and all of that. It was all present, right? Notice how that for that project, they then how did they which subject did they use? So they used things like subject like English, mathematics, and inside of mathematics they did area and perimeter and all of that, and you saw the different products that the students eventually came up with, right? You would agree with me that it's not too often that you even see secondary school students come up with things like that, right? And if we have students in year 3, primary 3 already doing things like that, their communication and all of that, I mean, it's just amazing. I had a few questions just when the video was playing. The first question was, can a PBL product be profitable? Yes, a PBL product should be profitable. However, I would advise against making profitability right behind. I mean, if you can make the product without thinking necessarily about profitability, then by all means, go for it. But if that's what you really want to do, then by all means, it can be profitable, right? Now, I gave that the other part that I said just now. Let me just asterisk that as my opinion, right? So I say it's my opinion because when I'm teaching kids, particularly when it comes to programming, coding, and all of that, one of the things I like to tell them is when you're building an app or when you're trying to solve a problem, don't solve, and maybe this actually applies across, don't solve a problem really on the basis of profitability first, right? Solve a problem on the basis of you are genuinely concerned about helping improve human living standards, right? I want to make the world a better place, right? If you do that, then profits can come afterwards, right? But it can be profitable. I'm just saying that If that can be number 2, then fine. So that we are not overly teaching our kids to be greedy or something like that. But if you find a way to balance it, then by all means, there's no rule against it being profitable or not. Another question that came up is, are there social apps or sites where we can establish project-based learning or carry out related activities? Are there social apps or sites? Well, I know that there are sites, but I don't know of social apps, right, where you can carry out project-based related activity or learning, right? There are tons of sites out there that can help you with project-based ideas, right? And even ChatGPT, right? Or Gemini or what have you, right? Type in those topics, right? And that's a bonus tip for anyone who cares, right? Type in the topics you are doing this term and be specific. Tell ChatGPT, pick 2 of these topics or 1 of these topics, 3 of these topics, right? And give me suggestions of project-based ideas that I can carry out in my community, right? If you want to be extra specific, tell ChatGPT the kind of community that you are, what are the challenges you are facing, or all of that. And you'll be amazed at the suggestion that ChatGPT will give to you. You can refine it further and say for a year 12 class, for SS3 class, SS1 class, SS2 class, you can refine it further and say these are the things they know, these are the things they don't know, and all of that. And you'll be amazed at what comes off ChatGPT. I'm running another project-based learning that I came up with using this same method. I mean, you can even tell ChatGPT to give you 10 different ideas, and it will give you 10 different ideas, things you never even thought possible. Okay, so I've seen this before. The judges were very attentive and patient with the learners. Yes, the judges were very attentive. The judges were very patient, right? At some point, you brought in a teacher first, right? So again, collaboration, right? If there was no collaboration in that school, then that teacher will tell you, oh, I'm busy with my own subject, right? So there has to be collaboration, right? Again, emphasis on give them faces that they are not, used to, right? That can help build their confidence. And I remember she said something like that it was supposed to help build their confidence, right? It could be your head of school, the headmaster, vice principal, academic head, have them make those presentations. You can help them, right? Help them come up with questions beforehand, right? I know that when we have visitors, maybe book readers or book writers or launchers in some of these schools, some students come up with questions ahead of time over the weekend. They tell them, come up with questions you want to ask, right? And when you come to class in the morning, your teacher can quickly help you take the most important ones. And so they have questions that they want to ask and all of that, or questions that they can prepare for, right? That the teacher will most likely ask them. You don't need to give them the exact question, just give them an idea of, so if you ask this question, how do you go about it for your PBL big idea? Yeah, the feedback from the judges made it constructive too. Yes, it did make it constructive. Remember that just before the judges even came in, they had to also peer review their own work, reflection. Again, one of the gold standards, right? Critique and reflection, right? Within themselves, right? So my group goes to your group comes to my group, look at what you've done, give their suggestion on what they think you can improve, on. Please help post PBL slide again. Yes, thank you. I'll do that. Is can a PBL product be profitable? Yes, I answered that. Profitability shouldn't necessarily be considered for not to lose focus of consistency. Exactly my point there. I asked the question because I am in a commercial field. Right. Yes, I understand that you're in a commercial field, right? If there are ways you can do it, so even if you are doing it if you are doing it for profitability, right, you still want to find a way to send the message to the students, right? You want to send a message to the students that so that you tone down you can tone things down a bit for them to help them understand that truly the world can be a better place beyond what you necessarily want to gain, right? That's my opinion. Even though being profitable is very good, you want to teach them how to handle money. Here's a wonderful example. Avi Schiffman, during the pandemic, during the outbreak, right, the lockdown, he was, I think in year 8 or I think it was in year 7 then. Yeah, I believe. You can search, it's on Bloomberg. Just search for Avi Schiffman, that's AVI, then Schiffman. And his website was the most trending website where you can get updates on the pandemic, how many people have been affected, countries most affected, and all of that. And I learned a lot when they interviewed him, right? Because he said something that was quite striking as a student, that half of the things he used to build the website, he did not know when he started, right? So he started as an innocent effort to just so, because what spawned him to do that was he was trying to get updates on the pandemic, and he couldn't. Most of the website he was finding were either in Chinese or Japanese, or and all of that, and he couldn't read all of those, and say, okay, let me just make something, right? I think it was learning web design at that time. Let me just make something I can use that can translate it or something like that. And then the thing blew out up to the point where he was being offered about $8 million to put adverts on his website. That's why a year 8 student or a year 7 student, right? But thankfully enough, right, he didn't accept, right? He didn't accept that, right? Because I mean, that's the kind of money, that's just for one advert. I mean, think about other adverts, right? Because the traffic was going to his website, right? So millions of people were checking his website and all of that. So if you take that money, you can retire comfortably, right? But he didn't take that money. He stayed in school. Recently, I heard of him. He's made a watch, developed a watch also that's also making wave, right? So that's what I'm just saying. Put a balance so that they are not overtly driven by the monetary gain, right? As opposed to truly helping humanity, right? Then monetary gain can come afterwards. But well done. Thank you for that question, sir. So at this junction, I want to tone things down. We've done so well so far. We've looked at a few things today already, exciting things. STEM education is crucial, remember, right, for developing the skills that are needed for the 21st century. It is crucial for you as a teacher. It's crucial for the student, right? It's crucial for you as a teacher, it's crucial for the student, and of course, for our economy. We are doing ourselves good. If about 80, 200, 300 teachers, if we can churn 300 teachers that are STEM driven into the economy of today, I think we are just a step closer to making Nigeria a better place, right? PBL enhances STEM education, remember, by making learning relevant, right? You can do STEM, but the best way to do STEM is to do it the PBL way, right? Encourage teachers to integrate STEM and PBL in their classroom and to prepare their students for the future, right? Please, anyone you find, encourage them. The skills, if at all they are not going to take the pillars, and as little as the skills, let them take the skills and use in their classroom, right? Remember, the STEM curriculum is designed to empower students to become innovators, problem solvers in this rapidly. You're going to see a whole lot about the curriculum in tomorrow's class. We'll begin to share the curriculum, how to approach them, how to break them down, how to apply them, so that you don't even need to, excessively worry about, content and all of that. We've done justice to all of that already. I did find that some people were asking for my handle, Jishakin Kolawole Solomon, LinkedIn, the WhatsApp number is there. Please WhatsApp only. And then my Instagram and my website. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. It's been a pleasure having every single person in this group. I don't take it for granted at all, right? It's been about 4 hours of exciting information. I really hope that tomorrow, I know we've had a busy day today. I hope that tomorrow we can make, do with something exciting. Again, I hope to meet every single person around, every single person on this meeting again tomorrow.
Hello,
Thank you so much.
hello, sir.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
I can. Yes,
Thank you
please.
so much. I really appreciate your time, and I appreciate the way you are able to, break it down, especially for someone like me that is just, coming to get to know about STEM more. Okay, initially when I saw the ad, I was like, okay, I wasn't going to do any research. I want to start the learning phase from the training. Then I will not develop whatsoever we were taught. I really appreciate. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, so
Thank you.
sir,
Thank you.
I'm actually into digital and tech training, like training, building websites and graphic design and stuffs like that. And I've been looking at how to impact my community, especially children. Then I was thinking of STEM before I saw the STEM ad and everything. Okay, so but my question is, because while I was trying to gather more information online, like social media platform majorly, I noticed that there are some tools that some most I've not seen for Nigeria, but I've seen for outside Nigeria. It's like some tools, some materials that they make use of, some robotic material. So I don't know if we have here in Nigeria, and if there are some that you can, recommend, like some materials that they can, make use of when it comes to the engineering aspect of STEM. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that question. So yes, there are tools. I think let me walk backwards. So yes, there are tools that you can use. Yes, there are tools I can recommend. But from personal experience, um, hmm, let me find a best way to present this. So the thing is, I did a lot of importing of these tools, right? Just before the dollar price started to steadily rise, right? I know that for some of those engineering classes, I did Edison. Edison is a programming robot, right? There's the B-bot for the younger classes. There's the an alternative to that. It's far away from me now. Is the Jack Mouse, right? It's just an alternative to the B-bot. And all of this, so they teach, basic programming and all of that. Edison, a bit of engineering into it, and science, right? So there are several tools, the make block or the air block, or programmable drones to help students understand programming using drones and all of that. There's a wide variety. There's the Ozo bot. There's a wide variety of these things that you can get that can assist your class, make your class more interesting, right? However, importing them now is my concern, right? I had to tone down on importing because the price of buying these things, dollar price, wasn't really favorable anymore. And then importation, levies, and all of that. I remember the last one I got, which was the drone. It took a while to even clear it from the what was the name here at Ikeja, the post office here at Ikeja, because for some reason they were not knowledgeable about it. They thought it was an heavy duty drone or maybe a weapon. And I was telling them it's a programmable robot for children, right? It took me almost a month before I could clear it. Of course, I had to pay, I had to lobby my way to get it, right? Imagine then, right, you buy something for like, say, like 100,000, close to that, and then you have to pay maybe like 40, 50,000 naira to get it out, right? Which shouldn't be, right? Because you've paid it, because their excuse was that customs held it down, which was impossible for them to have done, right? Because there was no custom tag on it that it was impounded or anything, but you know the way the Nigerian situation works. So those that are available in Nigeria presently are heavily priced. So you have to prepare for that, right? And can you get the best in Nigeria? I wouldn't say so, right? What I've found that people now resort to are those engineering robots that can tell you 10 in 1, so you can build different projects with them, right? They are great starters, but don't rely forever on them, right? Because the 10 project will confine your students, right? They will confine your students as to this is what you can do, right? It can't spawn beyond that. But if you want to take the knowledge further than that, have them even use materials, local materials around them, right? That EG sensor, that video was made with wires, rubber, straws, and microbeads. Microbead is an alternative to Arduino, right? You won't. I don't think you can get microbeads in Nigeria presently, but the Arduino Uno, it's very common out there. Those are things that you can consider that would help you, right? I can do a full list of these other robotics kits, but trust me, they're on the high side, and you can't blame the sellers because the exchange rate is just presently not favorable. So those people that have, they are holding strong to what they have, right?
Hello, Mr. Kolawole.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you for a very good presentation.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
I've been raising up my hand since, but it's like you don't recognize my hand.
Forgive me, sir. I was trying to read through. I thought I missed some messages.
All right.
Please go ahead, sir. Apologies for that.
I wanted to ask this question. You know, when I watched the video clip engaging the students, when I watched the clip, I discovered that PBL should have form.
Pardon me, sir?
And I observed, let me say I observed that PBL should have form.
Should have what? I didn't hear that word.
Form, FORM.
Okay, form. Okay.
And
please go ahead, sir.
Ever since you have been talking, you did not mention anything of such.
Okay.
And can you just tell us the form of a PBL? I want you to tell us, because when I watched the video clip, I discovered that.
Okay, so the form that you are referring to, that you saw there, isn't exactly how do I call it? Isn't exactly, maybe not the kind of form that you are referring to, right? So every PBL is going to have a planner, right? A planner is similar to what you would call a lesson plan, right? It's not exactly a lesson plan, it contains lesson plans.
Okay. Because initially, when I watched it, I wanted to refer to it as a theoretical approach and a practical approach.
Yes.
I think that's better if I say that.
Okay.
Theoretical approach in the sense that
okay, go ahead.
you can be given a project in written form. Take for instance, when these children were given that project, they firstly made the written approach, while later they did the practical approach. So that was
okay.
why I think you understand what I'm saying now.
Yes, now I thank you for the context. Okay, so now I have a better understanding of your question. So what happened there? What happened there is the project Tiny House that they worked on, right? That's the big idea, right? The driving question was, how can you make low budget houses more comfortable, right? How can you make low budget houses more comfortable? And rightly so, because the area where they were living was already overpacked and all of that, overpacked and overpriced, right? And so they were thinking, can you think of tiny houses? And yet, even though the house is small and can fit somewhere, can you make it, how do you make it comfortable? So they had to start thinking of the bedroom space and all of that and all of that. Now, the approach that the teacher took, the subjects she included in that PBL project was English. Now, in English, she started by having them have reading lessons. So she gave them excerpts. So she splitted the class. There were some people that were doing reading manually, right? A printout from NASA, right? There were some people that were doing reading on the laptop. There were some people that were, listening to what was being read. So she splitted our class that way. So there was also the writing part, right? Perhaps maybe what she was teaching, the topic she was covering during that period for them must have been around maybe comprehension or composition and things like that, right? So that was what happened for the form part where you saw them either writing, right? It was just a way that she thought to deliver the lesson, right? But it wasn't a necessity, right? There are other ways you can also deliver the lesson, right? Your lesson does not have to follow exactly what she did, right? She just did what she felt best in her own scenario. For the maths part, she infused math, and the topics that she infused in maths were things like area and perimeter, right? I remember she did area and perimeter for the math. So, and all of this really, how you plan to deliver all of your lessons and all of that would be factored into that PBL planner, right? And the students know ahead of time that this is what they are doing. They all agree and all of that. Now, one thing that you may also have noticed is that because they were younger, right? The teacher already gave them a direction by saying we're working on a tiny house, right? Tiny house project, right? And so the driving question and every other thing that came afterwards, she left for the students to come up with, right? But when I do share this slide, you can rewatch the video and it will provide a better foundation for as many as missed it. Okay, yeah, so I see, but thank you so much, sir. I can see, yes, someone is saying, yeah, they are truly pricey because of the dollar rate, and someone is suggesting ESP32. Okay, that's definitely a tech person or a robotics person. Good evening, Mr. Jimmy. Can you suggest some established STEM clubs? So the name is Solomon Ijishaki, right? Established STEM clubs. In Nigeria, I believe, I think that's what you meant to say. Okay, Miss Esther, let's connect. I'm currently working on a similar project. Please, Miss Esther, please take note of the number. Someone is willing to connect with you. I thank you so much. Those are some of the things we encourage in this meeting, networking, right? Please take notes, right? It'll be nice to know how that is going. Okay, so yes, I know about Visionaire for Girls. This is also a Nigerian girl in STEM. There's also a Nigerian girl in STEM. All right, thank you for those suggestions, right? Thank you for all of these suggestions. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining today's meeting. Wow, it's been a long drive. I think at this junction, if you've filled the attendance, if you've not filled the attendance, please do so. And I think it's safe to hand over to our coordinator to help us wrap up this meeting if there are any informations whatsoever. All right, let's just exercise a bit of patience while while the mic is unmuted. And okay, thank you. She's here. Thank you. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Samuel. Thank you to everyone who took part in the training. So we're going to be back here tomorrow. I know it's a bit, we went out today and then having this session this night and having another one tomorrow, but we will try to wrap up a bit early tomorrow so that it could be a relief for those going to work. But thank you all so much for being on the call. We really do appreciate it. Oh, please send, please fill the attendance. If you are having issues filling the attendance, you can fill the poll. You can fill one of the two, it's fine. For the poll, just click on the poll icon on the chat and you can just fill that. And if you're still having issues, please message the admin. And you're not going to get a response this night, but you get a response later tomorrow. Okay? Okay, thank you so much for being here. So if you do not have any more issues, you can just exit the call if you feel the attendance. You need to make some move. You need to make some. Yes, the recordings will be distributed. Actually, it will be placed on a document, right? All the recordings will be updated on that document and you can have access to them. This recording will probably be available tomorrow. But yes, when it's available, I will let everyone know.